Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming sections. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, it's working. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. And sorry we're a bit delayed. We're trying to get coffee, go through the crowds, and then eventually make it on stage. So, but very happy to start with one of the first sessions, which is always as exciting as it is daunting. I'll do a quick intro and then sort of go through what we're going to talk about today. But I'm Dia. I'm from the Tech Global Institute. We are a tech policy not-for-profit that looks into equity and accountability for in tech governance, particularly from the lens of the global majority. And I'm being joined by a fantastic set of panelists from around the world, from government, the technical community, from academia, from civil society. So what I hope is going to be a really interesting and exciting discussion. Before I get into sort of the core of what we're going to talk about today, maybe I'm just going to quickly pass on to my panelists to just give a quick introduction of name, where they're coming from, what they currently work on, just a quick 30-second.
Good morning, everyone. My name's William Lee. I'm the Assistant Director of Internet Governance with the Australian Department of Communications. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm obviously bringing a government perspective. I'll be speaking in a personal capacity, but hopefully shedding some light on the way government thinks about some of the issues we'll be talking about. Thanks.
Right. Thanks, William.
Hi, good morning. I'm Neeti Biani. I work with the Internet Society. I'm based in New Delhi, and I work to advocate to uphold the open global internet and to defend the internet against threats that may undermine its seamless architecture.
Hi, I'm KS Park. I'm working with OpenNet, a digital rights organization based in South Korea, but operating in broader Asia. Yeah. Our goal is to protect the internet as the space for sharing and openness. And I'm also a law professor at Korea University, and so you can hear both academic and civil society voices here.
Yeah, this is our favorite. We bring in multidisciplinary perspectives to the table, so always very exciting. So today we're going to get a bit into sort of that tension between internet fragmentation and what we call like building regulatory resilience. I think in the morning plenary as well as the keynote, the discussion around multi-stakeholder governance of the internet came up quite a bit, and the general sort of challenges around how in the last couple of years, but just over time, how the internet has always been decentralized, but increasingly there are threats to that particular structure. There's fragmentation in terms of how national gateways are being created or regulated, in terms of how sort of different communities are being undermined, and just fundamentally how the network of networks, as we know the internet to be, is kind of being more fragmented and segmented. And that really fundamentally undermines what we believe to be open, secure, trustworthy, and the promise of the internet. So in today's session, I think APAC policymakers, at least in recent years, have faced a lot of criticism around contributing to internet fragmentation. But from our vantage point, we see how people define fragmentation is also quite varied in terms of some would say it's at the very network levels, and then and the way kind of fragmentation is thrown around quite a bit as a terminology.
Recording in progress.
It could also mean very much around having just regulatory approaches that also undermine the way we think about the internet. And I think there is definitions, but there are also debates around those definitions. I think we're going to get a little bit of that in order for us to understand what we are going to talk about. But also just, as a way to tackle, because people understand fragmentation differently in different parts of the world, from different communities, there's also these methods or processes to tackle fragmentation as we understand it. Some advocates would say that the way to kind of go about it is by having a universal playbook. Similar to how we think about internet standards and protocols, which is, there's a common language around it. If you look at kind of the layer above, which is the application layer, you also start thinking, how do we have a universal playbook, because everyone doing their own thing fundamentally also risks fragmentation. Whereas, and part of the universal playbook oftentimes raises questions about should there be a US playbook that we adopt or an EU playbook? Should we get DSA everywhere in the world, because that's kind of tackling the application layer, and that's also another form of fragmentation. So that's one perspective, but then the other perspective on the table is actually that does undermine sovereignty. And I mean, for those of us who've been in the digital rights space, we know sovereignty is often thrown around as a bit of a it could be a very challenging word to navigate, right, in terms of sort of what that entails. And so if you talk about, okay, not sovereignty, but how do we actually build national resilience around governance? Should we all just follow one formula and sort of not really think about how we're dealing with some of the national concerns, national issues, and what does it mean in terms of how do we build sort of local resilience in terms of our governance approaches, and what would that technically mean? So I think, you know, you have the sort of countries like India and Singapore on one hand who are kind of taking more of the divergent regulatory approach, while you have countries like the EU or Japan to some extent who are also kind of thinking a little bit about how do we tie into the universal playbooks and what does that look like. So we're going to get into all of these different sort of nuances and tensions, and fundamentally the big question on the table is, you know, and the backdrop of internet fragmentation and the kind of segmentation that we're seeing in the world today, how do we build regulatory resilience? That's kind of the big question. And then second, what is the role of the different stakeholders on the panel today on getting us there? So without further ado, I feel like I've spoken too much already. I'm just going to go through the panelists in terms of a very fundamental question. How do you understand internet fragmentation, and where do you see the risks in APAC? And you know, how are you thinking about that sort of tension in between fragmentation and sort of broader regulatory resilience? So maybe I'll start with KS.
Well, I mean, we should first ask the fundamental question: why do we talk about? I mean, why do we take fragmentation as a issue or threat to the internet to begin with? If you look at other things, we don't talk about. I mean, we don't feel threatened by fragmentation. I mean, traffic law in Taipei is different from traffic law in Seoul. The drugs licensed in Taiwan are different from drugs licensed in Korea. And already sovereignty, even if you don't try to impose or you know, strengthen sovereignty, already how our life is regulated is through the sovereigns that are occupying where we are living. Why are we asking the internet to be universal and not fragmented? I'm not saying that fragmentation is good. I'm saying that the attempt to impose sovereignty, the proponents of sovereignty should ask a question: why internet is special? The internet is special because it is a medium for speech. It's a medium for communication. It's a medium for exchange of data. It's a medium for content, medium for information that is useful for a lot of people. Let me give you an example of what the South Korean government is doing in the name of sovereignty. I told you about different drug licensing law, and I know you'll be surprised, but abortion was illegal until a few years ago in South Korea, and the Constitutional Court removed the criminal penalty for abortion. But since then, the Christian majority in South Korea have been very slow in licensing the drug that is used for abortion. So still, women in South Korea cannot get abortion drugs within Korea, and their only way for the only source of their rescue was this website run by international women's rights organization called Women on Web, providing information and also matching service with a pharmacist overseas who are willing to send the medication directly to women. And the Korean government, Korean Communication Standard Commission, blocked that website. Because why? Well, the internet is threatening their sovereignty to regulate women's reproductive life. But what is that blocking really doing? I mean, when we say sovereignty, the idea is that, oh, you know, internet is too dangerous, internet is threatening our people, so we have to protect our people from the harms of the internet. But is it really like helping Korean women by blocking the useful information from them? I mean, this is a these are drugs already approved and recommended by WHO as a safe alternative, and a safe alternative that can be used without prescription, without doctor's supervision, but only through professionals, professional curated advice. And that information is not being made available to Korean women. So what is sovereignty really, what is Sovereignty Father really doing for its own people? And if you look around, a lot of efforts being made under the name of sovereignty, you can find a similar threat of basically, shooting themselves in their foot, in their feet. TikTok ban imposed by the US government now. It was by Montana state. That is also being, that ban is imposed under the name of, the US doesn't use the term sovereignty a lot because it always backfires. But they are doing it under the name of data protection law, but the US doesn't even have a data protection law. China does. I'm not saying that Chinese system is better. I'm saying that what internet is doing is really mediating information, mediating speech, communication, which is in itself cannot cause harms directly. I mean, I'm a constitutional law scholar. There is this theory of dichotomy between physical action and speech, and how speech and information and data on one side, and physical action on the other side, and the speech data communication cannot in itself cause harms, and sharing of that should be much more freely allowed, and that's what the internet has been mediating for the people. And fragmenting that is a lot of times bad for the humanity. And that is different from that is different from fragmenting the rules of the road, the pharmaceutical rules, right. Aviation laws, a lot of other areas that require sovereign control and that are justified, that call for sovereign control.
Thank you, Kes. Niti?
Thanks, Dia. Sorry, excuse me. So at the cost of being repetitive, because I've said this so many times, but I do in essence agree with KS. I feel like the internet is the most revolutionizing, democratizing technology that we've seen in a long, long time, and it's taken power and it's put it squarely in people's hands, right? So in that sense, the internet has become the medium of the people, and that is a scary idea, right? But if we are to chart out the sort of like trends that we see governments employing or governments using to sort of rationalize or justify their decisions to fragment the internet or to propose policies that threaten to fragment the internet, we see more or less 2 or 3 trends in the whole ecosystem. The first, as KS has already talked about, it's to protect sovereignty, it's to protect territory, protect people, etc., which I'm not going to get into just in the interest of time. But the second that we see is to protect people and to protect boundaries from certain sorts of content. And that can include, child sexual abuse material, that can include violent content, that can include culturally disproved content that, governments don't want their people to see. And the third is to curb crime. We feel like if we are to implement certain policies, if we are to implement certain boundaries on the internet, we will be able to curtail, curb crime, increase security by some measure, etc. And it's this inclination towards isolation that scares me. I don't think that we're safer or better when we're isolated, and that for me then becomes the socio-economic challenge that we want to and need to address when we're talking about internet fragmentation.
Thanks, Niti. William?
Thanks, and I reflect on those comments, and at least from our perspective, I think that the challenge with the internet is that it didn't create new problems, it just amplified existing ones. And there's often a temptation as a policymaker to take old solutions and apply them to new sets of challenges. And the internet, I think, really challenges us as policymakers to think about the problem differently and to approach the solutions that are needed in a different way. But I also think on this question of internet fragmentation, we need to be mindful of what we're talking about in terms of what might be fragmented. Whether it's at the content layer, which is really, really important and I think front of mind for a lot of people, or if we're talking the logical layer or the technical components that sit underneath them. And I think there's a view that you can have a lot more support for supporting no fragmentation at the logical layer, at the infrastructure level, because all countries in our region and around the world gain huge economic and social impact by being connected to the internet. And that is, I think, a really important aspect that discourages governments from interfering at that logical and technical layer, at least to some extent. But I think at the content layer, that's where the challenges are, and that's really where I think governments and civil society and academia and the technical community and the private sector are all kind of dancing around the problem and trying to find ways to fit old solutions into new problems.
Thanks, William. That's a really great segue into my next question, because I think that separation from the logical / infrastructure layer to the content layer is quite important. I think when we talk about fragmentation, oftentimes those gets very conflated. I think that does make advocacy and kind of thinking about this problem in a more nuanced way quite difficult. But if you kind of just zoom in a bit to the content layer, because I think that's where we have the most disagreement globally, it goes back to sort of the initial point I made around universal playbooks, right? There is a push that, okay, at the content layer, because there is disagreement, we don't know kind of how do we navigate it. There are multinationals that are bigger than in some countries even. So how do we tackle it? And oftentimes, one of the new proposals on the table, among many that we have tried in the past, has been the Digital Services Act in the EU. And there is a very concerted push by experts that this is perhaps the best way forward. This is sort of how do we tackle. This is how we tackle sort of concerns at the content layer, where we have enough system-based sort of guardrails, while also tackling some of the harms that both Niti and sort of others have spoken about. So I'm curious, sort of like from your vantage point, maybe I'll start with you and William on that one, sort of as a policymaker, from Australia as well as like APAC largely, where do we see sort of DSA having a role? Is that the framework? Is that the playbook? How should we be thinking about the content layer perhaps?
I think it's a playbook. I wouldn't say it's the playbook. I think it's a playbook. While the internet has been around for a relatively long time, we are still grappling with these fundamental challenges and new challenges that new technologies are bringing. And it's not just us as governments, it's parents, it's local communities, it's the platforms, it's the online content providers themselves. Right? So I think the Digital Services Act is potentially one playbook. It's certainly one we're watching with interest. But it doesn't mean we should give up on all the other potential pathways forward, all the other potential solutions to some of these problems. Because I think if history tells us one thing, the best solution is actually a combination of solutions as opposed to a single approach.
Thanks, William. I think, K.S., when you and I kind of spoke about it as well, I mean, DSA kind of came up quite a bit in our conversation, so I'm curious sort of how you're thinking that in terms of APAC and tackling some of the challenges in APAC.
I think DSA is a fate. I don't think it is exception or something that fell from coconut tree. I think it came from a strong lineage of efforts that try to balance between freedom of speech and harm prevention. The reason I'm saying that is for years people have been complaining about Section 230 CDA of the U.S. Basically shielding platforms from all liability. Now, but but there was a reason for the intermediary liability exemption. The idea was that these platforms, if they are held liable for the contents that they are not even aware of, then they'll start just shutting down the space, or they'll pre-authorize all the contents being served on the internet, and the internet will become like a television or newspaper where the editors and reporters, they dominate the content. Which means like ordinary people will not be shown, because on TV and newspaper, it is politicians and celebrities, it's their contents dominated. So the internet became a democratic force, democratizing force, because of the ability to give voice, actually not just voice, but the tools of mass communication to all the little people. And that was made possible because platforms opened up the space. I mean, Facebook just made making a website just, like you can do it in 5 seconds, right? So in order to protect that space, intermediary liability exemption has been enshrined in e-commerce directive 2000. CDA 230 was another one. But CDA 230, I mean, for years I've thought that it went too far, because it just not, I mean, it went beyond protecting content liability, or protecting platforms from liability for the contents that they are not aware of. CDA 230 went as far as protecting platforms from liability for the contents that they know to be legal. I mean, they know to be illegal, right? So, so a lot of sexual abuse material that they know to be sexual abuse material, they were not held liable under U.S. law when they refused to take those down. So, I mean, I think it was already in the air that has to change. And in the copyright side, there was already a compromise that has worked pretty well, where you are not given, I mean, platforms have to do something to get that legal benefit of exemption. They have to do notice and takedown, right? And if you look at DSA, that's what it is instituting. It is requiring notice and action obligation on the platforms for the contents that they are given notices of. So I think that if you look at the history of how intermediate liability exemption has evolved, I think DSA is as close to a fate that it could reach. So I think it has a more promise for other jurisdictions to look at, because what DSA does is it preserves it doesn't, it doesn't jettison the existing intermediate liability exemption. It preserves it and adds on top of it, adds the due diligence obligations like notice and action and transparency. And only when the platforms carry out due diligence and notice and action and transparency, then they'll be entitled to the liability exemption. Now, let me just add, kind of Asian Pacific, angle on this. I think this is DSA is a good opportunity for free speech advocates within Asia, because in Asia, even the intermediate liability exemption has not been well instituted in Asia. I mean, other than Japan and India, I don't know any other country that has truly, faithfully carried out or implemented intermediate liability exemption, and that really, forced a lot of platforms throughout Asia, carry out like private censorship on all their customers, all their users' content. So, if we do education and legislative, discussion on DSA, it will be double whammy. I mean, we can get two things. at the same time. Liability exemption for free speech, but also platform accountability.
Great, thanks, Case. I think that kind of, I mean, you kind of alluded to some of the areas that, you know, in terms of, yes, DSA provides a model, and to your point, Case, a relatively good model in terms of how we balance our between intermediate liability and some of the concerns in the online harm space. You know, I think the other counter to that, perhaps, and, you know, entertain me, indulge me in that one, perhaps a little bit, in the sense that I think part of the challenge is then you have, in terms of a compliance regime, where, you know, you have, even if you're calling it a playbook, because so much effort and because of the European market sort of market powers, there has been, I guess, efforts to make sure, because there's compliance work already happening inside companies, whether that's a platform, whether that's a SaaS, whether that's a cloud provider, different kinds of companies. There's already work happening internally in terms of how do we comply with the DSA. And so there is an inherent incentive in the private sector to say this is a model that works. It's not just a model, it is perhaps the model. Because the compliance work internally, you know, there's pros that need to be built, teams that need to be hired, processes that need to be structured, and that's a cost center, right? So you're already expensing on that. So I guess sort of where I'm getting at is either it's implied or explicitly, there could be a tendency among the private sector to say, you know, if other countries also have DSA or some version of it, it's the way forward because it's just easier from a compliance perspective, right? So that's one kind of argument in terms of, like, you know, how DSA could be, or how DSA is being kind of promoted in different parts of the world, particularly in countries with sort of weaker regimes. But the flip side of that, and I think where, I guess, where APAC kind of comes in is in the sense that we, you know, our institutions are not always very strong. Not all countries in APAC are it's a very diverse region, right? And so unless, and DSA perhaps, a framework like DSA perhaps works really well when you have great rule of law, separation between executive and sort of other branches, due process instituted, and you're not living under an authoritarian regime. There's a lot of preconditions to that kind of framework working and that framework not being abused. So I'm curious sort of in that tension between, from a compliance perspective, this is a very lucrative proposal versus the kind of challenges we have in our own, in many parts of APAC. How do we think about that tension at the content layer, and how do we think about regulating the online harm space? So maybe Neeti, you can help us allude to that a little bit.
Thanks. So it's really interesting that we're talking about the DSA, you know, in the context of fragmentation, when all it wants to do is address centralization. But you know, really keeping in line with what you said, the DSA may be a great model, but it does have two pillars, and you know, we don't tend to have the second pillar. We can enforce, but how do we coordinate? Right? So in an APAC context, even if we are to enforce something like the DSA, even if we are to sort of somehow get to that, you know, ideal of harmonizing rulemaking, how do we then coordinate? Right? And within the APAC, you know, with the diversity of contexts and perspectives and needs and contexts, etc., that coordination, which is a given in something like the EU, the EU context, and you know, even from a compliance perspective, actually, companies go into the EU expecting to only comply with one set of rules. Mm-hmm. Whereas that's not the context here. They're not coming in here expecting to comply with only one set of rules, which is why then the size of the economy becomes the determining factor, right? An economy like where I come from, India, becomes a really attractive market to then invest in, have big teams in, have responsive sort of turnaround times in, because of the size of the economy. But what happens to LDCs? What happens to SIDS? These are very real geopolitical questions to take into consideration, right? And then my other question then becomes, you know, even if we are to coordinate, let's say that there is a hypothetical situation where, you know, APAC economies, or at least like in some sub-regions, are able to coordinate with one another. Culturally, that level of homogenization or that level of harmony then becomes the next question that I want to address, right? Because even in APAC, I feel like sort of like the values that the DSA is led by, the values that we see being echoed in you know, the West, if I can call it that, are really different from sort of like more community-oriented cultures in APAC, which then makes the whole premise quite questionable. So I'm opening up really hard questions that like, I don't think we have like ready solutions to, but we must consider when we're talking about like regulatory harmonization, because there will be winners and losers there, and that's not a great way forward.
Yeah. Thanks, Neeti. And I think that's kind of what I was alluding to, the risks of regulatory harmonization and what that means for a very vastly divergent, heterogeneous community with, again, sort of different sort of institutions. But I guess if I can sort of swing it a bit towards alternatives, right? So we said it's a solution. There's others that we're also looking at. So I'm curious, like from your vantage point, whether it's the technical community, whether it's the civil society or a policymaker, what are some ways to think about building regulatory resilience at the same, on the backdrop of fragmentation, at the backdrop of there is a power imbalance? How should we think? How should we be thinking about the content layer and sort of trying to find some level of consensus in how we tackle those harms? So maybe I'll start with you, William, on that one.
Thanks, and just building on what Neeti said, which I completely agree with in terms of some of the imbalances that would exist in any such DSA model in our region, and just reflecting on our perspective in the Pacific and some of the very small countries in the Pacific and the struggles that they would have to implement such an approach. But to pick up on your question, I think the primary solution has to be community driven. There is no government solution that is going to come out and solve all of these community, harmony, economic and social challenges together in the same way that the community as a whole can find the right solutions. That's not to say governments don't have a role and don't have potentially a role to steer that conversation or to guide that conversation. But I think we have seen in the context of multilateralism, which is the other part of my work, the challenges of getting governments, 193 governments, to agree to a solution on something. So the idea that we can come together and find a solution to this really, really complex and difficult problem it's not outside the realm of possibility, but I think a far better path is for a community-driven solution of some form.
Super helpful. Kes, do you want to take that?
I think that's the weak point of DSA. DSA had a promise of becoming a good evolving intermediary liability rule, but by leaving the government as the main actor, you all know that DSA has a trusted flagger provision, and who do you think appoints trusted flaggers? The governments. And you can see the political fights happening, like when, right-wingers wanting to be appointed, right? Trust flaggers. I mean, what's going to happen, right? So, but in the in Asia Pacific setting, I mean, I've been very vocal against NetzGD, the German fake news law that has been adopted and maladopted by authoritarian governments or governments who want to be authoritarian, because that was NetzGD imposes direct liability on platforms for specific content, for failure to take down specific content. Now, DSA doesn't have that. DSA is not a content moderation rule. DSA puts power with the government to evaluate the overall behavior of platforms in carrying out the due process transparency obligation, but it doesn't impose a direct liability for failure to take down specific content, unlike NetzDG and unlike what UNESCO guideline for platform responsibility is recommending. UNESCO platform guideline is poisonous because it is based on, I mean, they say it in the text that it is based on their experience of broadcasting regulation. And there's a reason why internet is thriving and broadcasting is being, contracted, there is a sociological reason for that. Now the UNESCO came up with this idea that is really backward, that is really based on, I mean, in broadcasting, there's a lot of content regulation, very stringent content regulation, because broadcasters are given monopoly over frequencies, monopoly over the conduits, carrying the cables. It's no-brainer that they should be given more monitoring obligation, more public interest obligation in censoring their own content. And the reason internet is thriving is because we don't have that. We don't require that self-censorship on all the people. And so UNESCO guideline, NATS-DG, I think have had poisonous effects throughout Asia-Pacific, especially in South Asia. Many governments explicitly cite NATS-GD as their inspiration, and allow governments to impose stringent, sometimes criminal liability for failure to take down content in like how fast? Like in some laws, within 1 hour, right? That's the inspiration that NATS-GD gave to Asia-Pacific. So I think talking about DSA will hopefully dissuade the governments from these other attractive alternatives that have gone rampant in the past 5 years. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Almost feels like DSA could be a deterrent. This was not supposed to be the DSA session, but it somehow became a DSA session. But I'm going to open it up to the audience. We have a few minutes for questions. If anybody has any questions for the panelists, happy to take them, and if somebody can help with the mics as well. I have a gazillion questions, so I would love to take. Okay, great. Could we pass on them, or is there a mic that's going to go around the room? Yeah. Oh yeah, there's one here.
Why don't you grab it and just give to Sarita?
Yeah. Are you just shout? It's okay.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, first of all, thank you for your insights, and a lot of, I think, a lot of stuff was said about. No, that's fine. I'll just go. Just on, I think, particularly on fragmentation when it comes to regulation. And I think earlier in the discussion, one of you made a point about the fragmentation goes beyond just like regulatory frameworks, but that fragmentation is everywhere. One of the things where, like, us personally in Sri Lanka, looking sort of at APAC, one of the key points of fragmentation we're seeing is the increased fragmentation between internet governance and questions of human rights, where regulatory frameworks actually use the language of human rights, but like the DSA, for example, one of the key things is protection of children, but it's actually not framed as a human rights law, when the key sort of components of it are human rights. And this we're seeing across APAC, particularly governments who utilize language of human rights without actually naming it that. But then there's increased fragmentation between sort of the concerns of human rights and internet governance, particularly not just the content-facing front of it, but like you said, the underlying like technical layer of it. And one might argue that this is a natural sort of, natural process of what it happens when the conversation is on governance of the internet and digital spaces, and that perhaps it's necessary to kind of have those two as separate layers to address. But for some of us, I think, what happens is human rights issues actually get sort of obfuscated because we are so concerned about regulatory frameworks, and particularly in a region like the APAC, where there's like we sort of agreed, it's really difficult to have homogeneity without some people losing out. And often the people losing out are multiply marginalized, often invisible communities. So I would love to hear from the panel any thoughts about that, particularly if we're also considering things like the DSA and the inspirations, the terrible inspirations a lot of countries in the APAC actually draw from pieces of legislation elsewhere. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Sarita. We definitely have a lot of very bad examples of what not to draw from, but happy to take it. Maybe we'll take one more question, then we can go back to the panel collectively.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, right. Kenny Huang, chair of TWIGF. Basically, not try to recap the DSA, because DSA is exclusive for Europe. And probably a lot of countries in Asia also try to simulate similar regulation, copy and paste from DSA. But this should be another option. For example, like TWIGF and some other registrar, they are right now, we try to promote similar concept, but not as essentially crime case as DSA has. Because DSA has a 5 or 6 crime case, for example, like a terrorist or child abuse. And for certain crime case, we can identify by technology, for example, like a phishing. If the phishing can be identifiable by technology who working with TWIGF, we're willing to follow the similar pattern, notice and take it down pattern, and we trust each other as a notifier. So once I identify our partner being a notifier, if any request passed by them, and we will follow the due process to examine using technical tool, technical vehicle to examine whether they fulfill the technical signature, fulfill the phishing signature. If it fulfills phishing signature, we can, based on our own service agreement with our subscriber, and take an immediate action according to the agreement. So that's another alternative and less harmful to any internet user as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take one. Go ahead.
Okay, I will try to keep it brief. We've been talking a lot about my name is Jenna, independent policy analyst. There's like two levels of fragmentation we're talking about right here. One's infrastructure and the other on the content level. I mean, at the beginning, we touched a little bit more about the infrastructure part, but I am just very curious because of some of the analogies that we are trying to make there. Just got me very interested. We were trying to make comparisons to some other regulations on, like, for example, drugs and traffic rules. By nature, I think those are different things because the internet right now it's global. So far, I personally believe in a one connected global internet. As we also evolve and through digitalization, as well as we have an entire economy on top of the internet, how is a fragmented internet more beneficial to a society at national level or to the global economy? I want to hear from that first of all, because specifically on how a fragmented infrastructure, because it's like trying to like choose. It sounds like it's choosing between national sovereignty over some some benefit that might be brought by a globally connected internet. And for content level, I think earlier you mentioned that there's like a German law out there. I think the regulations itself is not inherently bad, and also kind of just mention how Asia Pacific sometimes copy and paste. And I want to flag that repressive regime also like to follow the model from China, for example,
right,
which they also have. I mean, even at content level, China has their own ecosystem as well. They have all their social media apps, and it's prosperous, I suppose. And how do you see all that as like an examples out there that's available for other people to tackle with the issues that we've been talking about and contribute to internet fermentation? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So maybe I'll let Neeti answer the first question around the polarization between human rights and fragmentation and regulatory frameworks and how we're thinking about the whole ecosystem, which is Sarita's kind of question.
Sure. I mean, at the very outset, I'll acknowledge that this is a huge tension, this is a huge divide, and you know, I feel like as the internet technical community, we don't speak enough with the human rights community, and it's just sad that we're operating in silos. But more and more, through spaces like these, through collaborations, through organic partnerships, I do see that we're working together more often. We're working at intersections of like issues that, you know, ring true with sort of like both these communities. But I acknowledge that this tension exists, and I don't have a perfect sort of like solution to offer. But yes, what I can say is that fragmentation ultimately does impact people. I mean, even to the last question that we got, if I can allude to that a little bit, no, fragmentation does not help economies or you know, profit making at all. I mean, as I said, isolation is not the solution to having more prosperous, thriving societies. If anything, you know, if we want to have more competition in the way that like capitalist and neoliberal frameworks, we may not agree with them, but like in the way that they imagined, I feel like one of the ways to fuel that competition may in countries' heads be to isolate and to, you know, sort of provide an impetus to local industry, etc. But that's not really how competition was envisioned in the first place. But yeah, but to the human rights question, I'm afraid I don't have a perfect solution to that challenge. But I acknowledge and I share, and yeah.
Oh, thanks, Nita. That's super helpful. I guess just if I could build a bit on that, I think there is a missed opportunity in terms of, I think we oftentimes, even when we do engage the human rights community, it is very much at the content layer, and we don't do it at the infrastructure layer. And I definitely agree and think that's a huge missed opportunity of the last couple of years, that we are not asking the same kinds of human rights due diligence at every layer of the technology stack. And I'm using technology stack as a very loose term here. There's very specific definitions around it. But I think that is an area where there needs to be more work in terms of not just tackling the polarization between how we think about regulations and human rights, but also how we think about the broader fragmentation question, because that analysis, that understanding and view of human rights across the spectrum, I think is definitely should be a priority moving forward. If I could pass to William for the sort of next set of questions in terms of, and also just the China piece in terms of, that's also a model. So how should we think about it? And then in terms of the last question that came up.
Yeah, sure. Look, a couple of thoughts, I guess, on the questions that were asked. First, perhaps a little bit of a secret from a policymaker's perspective. Regulation is the last thing many policymakers want to reach to. It's a very blunt instrument. It's an instrument that someone always loses from, but it's often the only instrument that might exist, at least in the domestic sphere, right? So while I think, unfortunately, these regulations domestically have really negative impacts on particularly marginalised groups, as I think the questioner was asking, we need to find better ways to do it in order to avoid governments kind of reaching for that regulation lever as a solution. It's an expensive solution, it's a blunt tool, but sometimes when there's a lot of pressure from other parts of the community to solve a problem and look to governments to solve it, it's the only tool that kind of exists in the arsenal. To the kind of question around is a fragmented internet beneficial, I totally agree. The answer is completely not. And the kind of analogy I come back to is kind of a shipping one, right? Like you can go around the world and see a standardized shipping container and move that shipping container around the world under a very standardized framework. But what's in that container is regulated at every country's borders, right? And the internet is trying to, I guess, get over that problem of every country saying what can come in. So I think from a fragmentation perspective, if we can preserve the ability to bring that container into all the countries, to have connectivity with everyone, then that is, I guess, the first step, and then we've got to tackle the second really, really difficult challenge. That's probably just some initial thoughts.
Thanks, William. I think just in the interest of time, I will sort of pass the last baton to KS in terms of just your response, but also just any closing remarks, and then we're going to wrap up after that.
Well, I think we should differentiate forced fragmentation from voluntary fragmentation. Like they're community-based, trusted partner engagement with tech companies. Can result in something very beautiful for that region. What really hurts people is when fragmentation is forced by the government. When the government comes in and says, okay, that abortion information cannot be made available in Korea. Okay, that's when South Korea is fragmented from the rest of the internet. So there has to be some distinction. And one gentleman talked about human rights like due diligence on a domain name system. I think we should, if we move down from the content to the technical layer, I think we should be more and more careful so that we don't lose that standardization that we talked about, because it is a standardization that gives us the freedom to talk to one another. It is the reason we are talking to one another through the internet because we all speak the same language, which is TCP/IP. And if you lose that, then I mean it's like, around the world we only use 110 volt electricity or 240 volt electricity. Now, if we use all different types of voltage, then we're not going to have this, the variety of electric appliances that we have. So the reason I'm talking about is because if we start saying, like network operators or the telcos need to do like due diligence on what contents that they are carrying, then that gets into the issue of net neutrality. Korean telcos have already used that to use the pretext of copyright enforcement to block P2P traffic, and we know why we know why they did that. So we should just be careful with different kind of versions of fragmentation, and that at some point we need to kind of distinguish different layers of internet and how human rights manifest at different layers. Yes.
Great. Thanks, Case. I would not be the one, don't want to be the one sort of blocking you from lunch. That is the worst thing that someone can do. So thank you all for your time today, and thank you to all the panelists for your excellent remarks. And then we'll be going to lunch. So thanks all.
Thank you for an excellent session.
Thank you for your excellent response.
Thank you. Lovely.
The session has concluded successfully. Please give a warm round of applause to our speakers. And also, we would like to thank all the on-site and online participation to join us. We appreciate your participation and attention. Thank you.
嘿嘿嘿，yes 嘿，好好。
是，嘿嘿，哈，是，嘿嘿，哈。是，嘿，嘿，说哪个最大？是，再送大一点嘛。是，麦克风吗？是，嘿嘿，哈哈，是是，嘿嘿，哈哈，这样可以吗？是是，嘿嘿，哈哈，是嘿嘿，哈。要最大。
起嘿嘿，一二三，起嘿嘿，一二三，起嘿。嘿嘿嘿，一二三，一二三 ，Test one。
我的讯号吗？
喂 ，test 1、2、3 ，test 嘿，1、2、3 ，test。
distinguished guests, the next section will commence in 5 minutes. Please take your seat promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silence mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and participants joining us on site and online, the agenda is about to begin. So now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our speakers. And also, let us invite our host to lead us through the upcoming sessions.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking time to join us in this session. So to those who are present here physically as well as to our online participants, welcome to our session on platform accountability in South and Southeast Asia. So my name is Lisa Garcia and I am with the Foundation for Media Alternatives, an NGO based in the Philippines that works on the intersection of human rights and ICTs, and I will serve as your moderator for this session. Now, accountability of social media and user-to-user communication platforms, or platforms as we call them, around speech and privacy practices is a contested issue. And some countries have adopted different approaches to holding platforms accountable, whether it is through legislation, coalition-led voluntary commitments, or taking platforms to court. For instance, we know that Singapore has come up with a series of laws that have placed increasing responsibility on platforms, like there's the Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act, which allows government to order intermediaries to remove, block, or disable fake news. Then they have also the Online Criminals Harms Act, which will empower the government to issue directions to individuals, entities, and even online service providers, including app stores, requiring them to remove or block access to potentially criminal content. And then recently, maybe in Malaysia, they introduced a new regulatory framework that would require social media and internet messaging platforms with at least 8 million registered users in the country to apply for a license, and this will take effect in January 1st. Then meanwhile, in India, the government has also taken platforms to court, demanding more transparency and safety against hate speech for their communities. Now, if you take a look at all these various approaches, the different efforts being done, they're somehow fragmented, and it has resulted as well in some kind of an uneven power dynamic between private entities, policymakers, and non-government voices, and is exacerbated, and communities are left unsafe and unheard. So with this panel discussion, we hope to provide you with an understanding of the varied approaches to accountability and making online spaces safer, discuss what works, what doesn't, and provide recommendations on specific interventions that civil society and policymakers can perhaps adopt based on shared cross-regional experiences. So I am pleased to introduce to you our panel of experts for this session. To my right is Sabanas Rashid Dia. So Dia is the founder and executive director of Tech Global Institute. Then we have here KS Park, who's the founder of OpenNet Korea. And Grace Alonga, the executive director of the Movement Against Disinformation from the Philippines. We have another speaker in our panel, Pratik Wagre, the executive director of Internet Freedom Foundation. He's joining us online because he's in India right now. Pratik, are you there? Yes, he's there. Okay. So first off, so that we can have more interaction, no, with the panel speakers as well as with those of you who are here and those of you who are joining us online. For all the speakers, can you provide us with an overview of platform governance in your own country and perhaps provide us with examples of impacts and limitations of this? Anyone who'd like to start off?
I think we have to be a little careful with the term platform well, not careful, but we should kind of have like definitions in place. Platforms, just like other companies or individuals, have to be accountable for tax purposes, for competition law purposes. You know, if they exercise monopoly power, they should be regulated. For environmental purposes, whatever laws apply to the companies and individuals, you know, should also apply to platforms. Now, when we talk about platform accountability, we should the term platform accountability kind of assumes that we are talking about holding the platform companies for being platform, right? So platform for what? Platform for speech. And I mean, you already are familiar with the history of intermediary liability safe harbor and ideology or philosophy behind that. How if you hold platforms responsible for the contents that they are not aware of, then platforms will have to start taking down, shutting down the space. And all the users will be left without the valuable space where, you know, the calls for protest on the streets were shared, and other political movements were built. But what we didn't talk about a lot was how about for the contents? How about for the contents that they are made aware of, right? So just to give you an overview, the U.S. Took the approach that even for the contents that they are made aware of, they should not be held liable. And that is Communication Decency Act 230. And a lot of, you know, a lot of economic commentators think that that liability or lack of liability has explained the success of American tech companies. But if you really look at it, there was already another thread of platform accountability, which was the Copyright Act. So DMCA Section 512, their platforms could not benefit from liability exemption, you know, by doing nothing. They had to do something. What? Well, they had to do notice and take down. If they are given notices of illegal content, they have to take down. And in the copyright area, a lot of contents were actually brought down through that system. And fast forward to 2022, now we see European Union with the Digital Services Act. They have a notice and action system where platforms are held liable, well, platforms are held accountable not for specific content. I mean, that's what is so inventive about DSA, that it doesn't impose content by content obligation on platforms, which means the government can no longer hijack, you know, the platform accountability discourse for censorship purposes. Because that's what has happened in Southeast Asia, in other parts of Asia, where the platform accountability discourse was used as a pretext for building stronger government censorship. And that is the risk that is the risk. That's the reason why many civil society rose up against the UNESCO guideline for platform responsibility because it was encouraging setting up of government censorship, the type of censorship you see for broadcasting. But DSA kind of avoids that risk by taking the government outside, government out of the system of notice and action, and by taking out the content-specific liability. So I think that kind of opens up that begins kind of a new experiment where we start talking about what to do with the platforms for the contents that they are made aware of. Now, I think this, I think DSA will have, will give Asia Pacific new opportunity to think about the value of intermediate liability exemption, because the DSA preserves the rock foundation of intermediate liability safe harbor that prevents private censorship, that prevents incentivizing platforms into shutting down the space. So I think we are in a very interesting time to talk about platform accountability thanks to DSA. Just to add one more thing, I said in the beginning that there are other areas of platform accountability. So instead of imposing content-specific liability, which can always be abused for censorship purposes by authoritarian governments, we can do other things. We can hold platforms accountable for violating data protection law or violating privacy in a way that really disrupts the content ecosystem through targeted advertising or targeted content curation with algorithmic ranking. Some of these technologies, if there are ways that we can hold accountable through data protection law and other laws that do not impinge on freedom of speech, I think we should explore that.
Thank you, KS. Grace?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Grace Alonga, as mentioned by Lisa. I'm from the Movement Against Disinformation. We're a volunteer-based, broad, non-partisan coalition from the Philippines comprising of lawyers, academics, and members of civil society organizations. And our main mission is to counter disinformation on social media platforms by making legally accountable those responsible for its propagation and distribution. Now, for context, in the Philippines, due to the pervasiveness and widespread use of social media, it is important that their operations are in accordance with the rule of law and that they must consider the primacy of public safety and human rights, such as the people's rights to life, liberty, and property, right to privacy, right to know, and right to access correct information. In a May 2024 report by We Are Social and Meltwater on social media statistics in the Philippines, 86.98 million Filipinos use the internet and spend about 3 hours and 34 minutes daily in social media platforms. These social media platforms have become the Filipinos' main sources of news and information. Thus, big tech companies not only have a moral duty to protect public interests, but a legal obligation to ensure the truthfulness of news and information being distributed through their social media platforms. Social media platforms are used in the Philippines by bad actors to carry out, for example, online scams, and to intimidate, assault, and defame journalists, human rights advocates, and progressive organizations through red tagging. The initial response typically involves targeting the specific identifiable wrongdoers. For instance, if an online scam can be linked to a registered company, complaints are lodged with the Securities and Exchange Commission of the Philippines to revoke the corporation's license and to hold its executives, officers, directors liable. In cases where the offense involves defamatory posts, for example, by an individual, the usual course of action is to file charges for cyber libel. Nevertheless, given that crimes are carried out and facilitated via social media platforms, it is imperative to hold these platforms responsible for the recurring criminal activities that occur on their platforms. To establish the accountability of these platforms, it is crucial to understand how they are defined within current laws in the Philippines. The definition of social media platforms within these legal frameworks would delineate their responsibilities, duties, and commitments. Moreover, these would outline the repercussions for any negligence in fulfilling their obligations and duties. Now, with respect to platform accountability in the Philippines, social media platforms, for instance, can be held accountable as service providers, as mentioned by Dr. KS. Unlike in the US, that has Section 230 of the 1996 Communications Decency Act, which shields social media platforms from lawsuits over content posted by users, under the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 of the Philippines, social media platforms such as Meta and YouTube can be held legally liable when they allow the making, publication, dissemination, or distribution of unlawful materials in their platforms. For example, there is a pending case against YouTube whereby its authorized representatives, officers, and directors are accused of aiding and abetting in the commission of a cybercrime under Section 5 of the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 pertaining to cyber libel. In the said case, YouTube was asked by the complainant to take down libelous and defamatory posts that tarnish the reputation of the complainants. Despite repeated demands for takedown, YouTube refused to take it down, and thus the videos were maintained online and caused further damage to the private complainants. In another case against YouTube, again, it refused to take down defamatory posts uploaded by anonymous accounts against a private complainant, imputing commission of crime against the complainant. As a result, a case was filed against YouTube for violation of Section 20 and Section 30 of the Implementing Rules and Regulation of the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. In this case, the country manager of YouTube was implicated for failing to oversee the day-to-day functions of the company, and that the allegation is YouTube allowed the uploading of contents that harassed, threaten, and bully another. It was alleged that Google or YouTube should have not allowed its platform for the commission of cyber libel. Now, another law that could hold social media platforms accountable in the Philippines is the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Under the Data Privacy Act, social media platforms are considered as Personal Information Controller or PIC. Personal Information Controller, as defined, refers to a person or organization who controls the collection, holding, processing, or use of personal information, including a person or organization who instructs another person or organization to collect, hold, process, use, transfer, or disclose personal information. They are obligated under the law to protect personal information of the data subjects, and they must allow data subjects to exercise their rights over this collected information. There is a pending case against Meta filed by a journalist who had been red tagged by anonymous accounts in Facebook, and the case was filed before the National Privacy Commission of the Philippines. And the goal of the case was to compel Meta to disclose the identities of these anonymous accounts so that the perpetrators of the red tagging posts can be persecuted. So basically, those are the laws governing the social media platforms in the Philippines.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Grace, that there are laws actually in the Philippines that can be used to hold them, some platforms accountable. and that there are cases, maybe that is something that we can expound on later. So the same question for you, Dia. What about in Bangladesh?
Thank you, Lisa. Maybe just for the interest of time, I'm probably going to take a slightly more broader South Asia perspective as opposed to just Bangladesh, and I think Pratik, who's joining us virtually, can kind of supplement that from an Indian perspective. I think it goes back to the space where Case left us in terms of what is a platform, right? Very fundamentally, I think that definition has a lot of challenges in terms of, I think largely we see platforms as simply social media platforms, but there's also like different ways. For example, is Netflix a platform? Well, and it's not, it's an OTT, but I think that that definition is to be very clearly outlined, and I think there's a lot of fragmentation in terms of how that definition is structured and then implemented in predominant regulatory instruments across the region. So I think I would like to start with some of those very basic questions in terms of when we think about platform accountability, what is a platform, one. Second, I think in terms of platform accountability, particularly for South Asia, I think the word platform accountability together gives me a huge level of discomfort because I come from a part of the world where that phrase has been weaponized to censor, to surveil, to violate fundamental freedoms, and has been completely sort of abused beyond limits. So I think largely, perhaps a different starting point when we think about platform accountability, is it only about speech? And how do we go beyond speech to other aspects of accountability? For example, accountability around how you're entering a market. How do you access a market? How are you structured inside a market? And that's just the market piece of it. Accountability in terms of your use of resources in the market. So whether that's your labor resources, whether that's your actual like network resources, infrastructure resources. So how do you think about accountability through that mechanism? Accountability in terms of how you're sort of training algorithms, right? And how do they actually operate? So that's where your data piece kind of comes in, your privacy safeguards kind of come in. So I think I would encourage, as we think about platform accountability, to kind of have a slightly broader lens to it and not just limit it to speech, because speech oftentimes is the most contentious. And so I think the last thing I was just going to add on platform accountability is primarily, I guess, for most of South Asia, it has been largely, I mean, it's a complicated space for us, right? Because I think on one hand, we do want platforms to be held accountable, and oftentimes in South Asia, it is seen through the lens of women's safety, and we must protect our women, we must preserve our women, which is a counter to the US, EU, where it's seen through the lens largely through children's safety. So I think like, I think that fundamental premise of we must preserve and protect our women, I think that deserves a lot of interrogation as it is. And then moving beyond that, sort of how do you define within the broader speech realm, how do you define misinformation, disinformation, bullying, harassment? Even those are very, very, very fluctuating. So I think that, so I guess sort of where we see, at least in South Asia, a lot of those very premise has been abused. And so whether legislation is the best way to do it, whether it's litigation, whether it is imposing legislation that actually asks for more transparency versus actual speech-based restrictions, I think those deserve a bit more interrogation. And I think that's the trend that at least we have seen across South Asia. And for us, it has also been largely around the notice and takedown regime. So individual pieces of content, you send a notice, you take it down. So it's a very binary dichotomy between either you keep or remove. But accountability has a much broader systems-based perspective. And I think South Asia has largely not explored that to a very large degree. So I'll pause there. I think Pratik can add more on South Asia.
Yeah, so thanks for those insights. Yeah, we really have to define things. How do we actually define what accountability is? So saying that it's not just about free speech, but also in terms of training AI, privacy, etc. Pratik, would you like to add to that? What about the experience in India?
Yeah, sure. No, and I'm hoping you can hear me. You can hear me fine, and my voice is coming through clearly. Just to build off, I think what Dia said, and I do concur. I think with the general, position that there is a need to interrogate what we talk about when we're talking about accountability. And I think been in multiple discussions about this, and very often people just at the starting point fail to agree on what platform accountability as a term means, right? And I've been to many different rooms where people have defined that in very different ways, right? But I'll sort of sidestep that definitional ambiguity for now, while recognizing I think there is a need for a lot more work and a lot more thinking to be done in that respect. Just in India, I think, as Diya sort of pointed out, there is this tension that we have to strike between holding platforms accountable, or shifting the incentives in a way that they align with the protection and advancement of rights of people, and along with this tendency of the executive branch to generally amass control, amass more discretion, which is then used in various ways. Sometimes it can be in the form of favoring certain, picking winners in a market, or just speech restriction that sort of, as has been alluded to. And this is, I don't think this is unique to India in any sense, but it's also an interesting, I think, the contrast from the way some of the same debates are playing out, some of the similar debates are playing out in the Western parts of the world, right? Where it's more about what your institutions can do and strengthening them. For some of us, it's a slightly more fundamental question of how do we strike this balance in a way that also, that holds, that matches these competing interests in a way that pushes people's rights forward, right? And that's what we want. And in India specifically, I'll just, there's probably not enough time to go through the entire set of the entire landscape and the amount of things that are happening. But I'll just pick on a few things. And one of the trends that we're seeing is that we're right now in the state of flux, right? Where a lot of the laws that govern internet spaces are being rewritten, right? And one of the concerns for us as a digital rights organization is that they're being written in a way that is, that doesn't, in our view, bring in the necessary safeguards, and as I said earlier, gives a lot of control and discretion to the executive branch. And this can be, whomever, right? It's not. This is analysis that you look at it at a very long time horizon. So you have instruments such as the IT rules, which were very famously introduced, in the very socio-political context of farmers' protests way back in February 2021. Which imposed, requirements such as, in-country grievance and compliance officers. And again, depending on different countries, right? Then this is what GNI has called hostage-taking laws. In depending on how they tend to be used. There were measures to regulate digital news media, which have been challenged, in court. They imposed traceability requirements, which with severe implications for end-to-end encryption. Again, this has been challenged by both Meta and WhatsApp in court. In many, through amendments, they shifted the burden on to more proactive moderation rather than earlier, which was more about informing users not to do certain kinds of activities. So it's been interesting to watch how some of that has played out. And it's also through subsequent amendments instituted what are essentially executive appointed committees that have a direct role in content moderation decisions, with the caveat that this is in response to user grievances and having exhausted the existing grievance mechanisms. But it's, they're operating in an opaque manner. We don't know what kind of decisions they're taking, which platforms they're asking to do what, right? So we don't really have visibility into how this is actually playing out in reality. And then the most recent amendments, had wanted to constitute a fact-checking unit, which would expect platforms to take some action against information that is tagged as fake or false or misleading by a government designated fact-checking unit to do with business of the government. And some of these terms were not very well defined. And again, this is also currently in challenge in courts. And then you have other pieces of legislation such as the Telecommunications Act, which is a very broad definition of what telecommunication services are. Now, between draft and the final, and the act, they did attempt to clarify it a bit, but in our view, I don't think they went far enough. In fact, we're seeing the debate erupt again right now, presently in India, and the implications of that being that if internet services are can be incorporated under the definition, then you have the ability to impose a licensing regime on them. Again, with concerns about discussion and what type of requirements they'll have to meet, and what the implications for speech and broader accountability are on in that perspective. And and just very recently we've also been through this lot of conversation and controversy around a broadcasting bill, which there was a lot of public pushback, and and essentially what it sought to do was bring your traditional broadcasters and content creators under a single legislation with the caveat that they might have envisioned different codes and different obligations, but nevertheless imposing onerous obligations and penalties on content creators, on people who are engaging in current affairs and news analysis on the internet. So therefore, very far-reaching implications for speech, right? So again, like I said, there's generally a lot. There's a lot of ground to cover. Are limited to these sort of broad legislative developments, but to sum up, it is a situation where we are in flux. Things are changing. We've not defined a lot of the fundamentals in terms of what these terms mean, what our objectives are from a broader public benefit perspective, and then you have to try to balance this. From a public perspective, you have to try and balance the corporate interest and and government incentives. I'll pause there for now. I think we'll probably come back to some of these themes.
Yes. So thanks, Pratik, and thanks to all our panel speakers. So I'm sure that our audience here are already thinking along the lines of what is accountability, especially when it comes to their own countries, and maybe that's something that you can share with us later on. We'll have another round of questions, and then we will be opening the floor. So maybe just to follow up with our speakers, Grace, perhaps I can ask you, because you mentioned about the laws and also the litigation that you've been doing. What do you think are some of the metrics that civil society as well as communities, what can they adapt to understand if a specific tactic or maybe a law or a case is leading to some improvement, whether it's short or tangible, in relation to platform governance?
With respect to law, a test that can be used to check whether it's effective is first whether the law is being used for purposes for which it was enacted for. For example, Data Privacy Act. If such law is effective in protecting data privacy rights. And if those people whose data privacy rights have been violated, if the law provides an effective recourse. And now, with respect to cases, if a certain case that has been filed has led to clarifications as to how, for example, the courts or the judiciary interprets a certain law, what are the facts of the case, what are the circumstances that would lead to penalty, for instance, against a social media platform or a big tech company. Basically, what are the incidences, what are the circumstances that must be met, what are the thresholds necessary in order to exact accountability. Thank you.
So thanks, Grace. Maybe the same question for you, Dia. The metrics that civil society and communities can adopt.
Yeah, I think oftentimes, I guess, the broad metric that external forces would use is around compliance versus no compliance. And I think I would just like to encourage us to break away from that binary dichotomy. I think, if especially looking at legislations, right? I think a larger sort of premise of metrics should be around whether the legislation was done through due process. Has it created instruments for public accountability? Can people engage with the legislation in a way that actually serves how their rights are safeguarded online? Does it give sort of processes where it creates mechanisms for overseas or like extrajudicial or extraterritorial multinationals to be held accountable within local boundaries, right? So I think there's different instruments within a legislation that goes beyond the, I would say, sort of a narrow interpretation of, is it tackling harmful speech or not, to more about how is it tackling harmful speech or not, or how is it tackling harm or not, and what would those procedural metrics be. So I think that's at least where I think civil society can be engaging on a and also just in terms of who's deciding what is harmful versus not harmful. And at least in Bangladesh, for example, we've seen those are the areas where things are most abused. I think oftentimes, if you look at some public reports about Bangladesh, it's going to talk about, this provision has been abused, this many people has been arrested, this much censorship has happened. But fundamentally, I think if we can take a step back, I guess a lot of the challenges of that was because of things like very broad definitions, giving the public no power to challenge what was being done to them. The lack of separation between the executive and the regulatory body. Issues around, for example, if you file a false claim, or if you say this was harmful but it was actually not harmful, then what is the recourse for that, right? So I think all of those, because of the complete lack of procedural safeguards, I think that's where we see legislation being most abused. Again, similarly, if you look at judicial instruments, if you look at things like court orders as a mechanism, I think Pratik talked a lot about the different provisions being challenged, courts being also being used as a way to set precedent. I think, again, it needs to go beyond the idea that this was harmful and therefore it was removed and the court ordered it to be removed, or this privacy was breached and therefore the court ordered it to be taken care of. And again, looking at sort of the more of the substance of the court order, right? So for example, does it set a precedent? I remember very recently for Bangladesh, we had this massive student protest, and one of the sort of charges, or one of the petitions in court was about like the right of students to assemble and not being shot at by the police. The court did not sort of give I would say a positive verdict on that, and there was a lot of controversy around, the court did not say this. The court said that if people are being rowdy, they can be shot or something along. Not that they can be shot. There could be some interventions against them. But I think the larger point that was missed is what the court actually talked about assembly in the first place, that the court said students should be allowed to assemble. There should not be barriers to it. When students are giving sort of, or saying specific things, that should also be protected. Those protections extend to online spaces as well. And I think, again, moving beyond what the actual, I would say, the end of a court order looks at, and rather looking at whether the order itself sets precedents, sets procedural safeguards, I think is another way I think civil society can engage more with these processes that actually creates long-term instruments for accountability.
Thank you. Maybe I should go back to KS. Are there actually good models within the region? I don't know, maybe within the region that we can adopt when we talk about issues of platform accountability, whether it's for speech, for privacy, or do we have to look into other models or perhaps other laws or policies, like you mentioned about the DSA, the DMA?
I think your question is not just about regulation. You are,
no, not just.
Yeah, you're talking about different approaches. The reason I think content-specific regulation or content-specific imposition of liability on platforms does not work is because once it is once the categories are once the legal categories of illegal information are created, platforms themselves cannot think across those categories. There are times that a posting or a set of postings, if you analyze individually, each posting is not illegal. It doesn't check all the boxes for any of the categories. But those postings, when they work together, they create harms. Now, you can be a trusted flagger. You can, report to Facebook. You can report to YouTube. They go to the escalation channel. But even within their content team, the categories of illegal information are kind of segregated from one another. So if the posting, for one posting to meet the standard for hate speech category, there are like 5 elements. But because of a one missing box, it does not get taken down. So you file another complaint now under like disinformation category. But that team is also working separately from the hate speech team. And they cannot check all the boxes, so they refuse to take down. That, I mean, I'm speaking in abstract, so I'll just give you an example. I mean, like, let's say one like ruling majority religious leader, makes a fiery speech against the human rights defenders, but just criticize them. And that posting in itself does not constitute hate speech, does not constitute disinformation. But there's another posting that just lists the names and addresses of human rights defenders. Now, that posting itself does not meet in hate speech or disinformation category. But when those postings are posted together, the ruling majority, the trolls from the ruling majority, they respond to those 2 postings, and then their behavior leads to really harmful verbal or sometimes physical violence. So we have to make platforms break out of those boxes, and regulation is too obtuse to do that. So it is better for the platforms to hear directly from civil society how these postings work together with other, how these postings that are individually legal, individually lawful, really work with the other individually lawful postings to actually create harms. And we can hold the platforms accountable on the singular standard of harm and challenge them to take down postings, even lawful postings, if they create harms. And that's why when we say, we have to apply international human rights law to platforms, I'm very scared of saying that, because there are so many postings that are legal, that are lawful, that are protected under international human rights law. And that really ties the hands of the platforms in taking down. And the proper channel through which these challenges can come is, I think, through sub-regional or regional national kind of conversation, hopefully regular conversation between the civil society and the platforms. So, and we've had something like that, like Twitter's Trust and Safety Council, which no longer exists. But we can recreate something like that, and it's important to create that at a regional or sub-regional level, where we can have a really full discussion about how these seemingly innocuous postings work together to cause harms.
Thanks, KS. Grace, I see that you, maybe a quick one so that we can open already the floor to our audience.
Yes, just to expound on what KS discussed. The collaboration between platforms and civil society is really very important. Just to give an example, in the case of the Philippines, our midterm elections is fast approaching in May 2025. And with that, the journalist group in the Philippines are anticipating a spike in the incidences of red tagging. So red tagging is basically the practice of labeling journalists as communists, terrorists, and members of subversive groups. And it's quite sensitive in the Philippines because once you're red tag, you basically become a target of the state, target of violence and hate. So our proposal is that if there could be a close collaboration between the journalist groups and the platform such that the journalists themselves can assist the platform for purposes of conscientiously taking down, timely takedown of red tagging posts. Because as mentioned by KS, it will be difficult for the platforms to make their decisions of which ones to take down if it lacks context, if it lacks any basis, and it can actually be used against them and be accused of censorship. So close collaboration between the CSOs, close collaboration between the beneficiaries of certain takedown is really essential.
Yeah, a quick one from the
30 seconds. I'll speak very fast, Lisa. I was just going to say, I think the KS's point about sort of looking at it from a systems-based perspective is quite important. I think oftentimes most instruments and most engagements ends up looking at it from a content-by-content basis, at this is the speech level. But I think if we kind of take a step back and look at it from a systems-based perspective in terms of, you know, for those of us who are as old as me, I think I remember a time when at least for most news feeds, for example, were chronological, right? So it was the first content, the second content, the third content, right? And then sort of the metric of how your news feed is structured became more about engagement. So the and the whole nature of the news feed changed for whether it was for Twitter, whether it was for YouTube, whether it was for Meta. So I think being able to kind of go back to those things, like, okay, how are we actually thinking about engagement? What does good engagement look like? How do we define virality? What is the systems-based interventions are? And how does certain decisions at the product design level then lead to sort of long-term risks at the downstream level? So I think perhaps one consideration for platform accountability would be to, I would say, take a step back into looking at the more architecture of the platforms and sort of the metrics at the product level versus what happens when certain content exists or does not exist, or certain engagement happens versus does not happen, and more about why it happens in the first place. What are the instruments, what are the design decisions that are leading to that happening, and maybe engaging on that.
Yes, since I asked the three of you, maybe Pratik, I don't know if you would also want to add your 2 cents to what the three of our in-person panelists are.
No, I think what I will just add to this is that, you know, I think it's important to have these, have the debates about, or, you know, working groups and stuff happening in parallel. But I think there's also, you know, the need for us to actually go back and really get into the couple of things we have to do, right? One is to define what are the limits of platform accountability. I think there's a need for different societies to have this conversation at different levels, because it actually may vary from region to region, right? So, for example, if you look at the fact that, you know, pro-majoritarian or anti-minority speech is doing well on platforms, yes, there is a factor of how engagement works on these platforms, but there's also a question of how society broadly is engaging with it, right? And to what extent can this problem be solved by platforms, and to what extent is this a complex, difficult social negotiation that we have to undertake ourselves? That is one thing that I think this, you know, every society needs a conversation about. The second thing I'll just add is that even when we're looking at, you know, at metrics, there is a need to understand and locate these problems a little better, right? And it's easy to sometimes get caught up in the metrics. So, for example, I think Meta has this metric, and I don't know if they've updated in a while, but they have this thing about prevalence of hate speech, right? Which is somewhere in the, I think the last number I remember was something like 0.03%, which is, I think, 3 pieces that they classified as hate speech for every 10,000 pieces of content in that they encountered, right? And now the challenge with something like that is that it sounds like a very nice low number, right? But we don't actually know. We've historically, not had a way of really quantifying this in any way. So is 0.03 a good number, high number, low number? I don't think we have an answer to that. At least I certainly don't. And then how does it vary across different regions, different maybe groups, different people, and what implications does those have, right? I think those are sort of things that we also need to try and understand without getting, you know, caught up too much in the metrics. So we have to go back to, I think, some of the fundamental societal factors in parallel with looking at ways that we can work together to hold platforms accountable. And I think it's important we don't miss that.
So thanks, Pratik. So now again, we'll be opening the floor. There might be some questions, or perhaps you would want to share your experiences in your own countries. Please state your name and the organization in the question.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Doncourt. I'm with the American Bar Association's Rule of Law Initiative, and thank you all very much for your points. And I agree, definitely a systems level approach is important. Obviously, you can have the best law in the world or law with very good provisions, but if you don't have an independent judiciary or accessible tribunals, it's of no effect. But I want to take a further step back. A lot of what you were all mentioning was the need for close collaboration between platforms and civil society, which is great, but it is an unreasonable burden to be placing on already burdened civil society. If we want to talk about accountability and the over-reliance of platforms on civil society and human rights defenders to provide context for every single content order, they need to be paying for it. So if we want to talk about accountability, they need to be paying into some form of fund where we're getting compensated for this work. And so I think if we want to take a step back, they are creating the conditions in which these messages are thriving, not only across posts within a content, but across platforms. So if we want to talk about accountability, perhaps they need to be paying for establishing that risk and looking at the risk that they're doing wholeheartedly instead of individual content orders. Second, my question relates to harm. Everything you're talking about is contingent upon individuals proving harm, which is a form of victim blaming and re-traumatization every single time. So I'm interested in your thoughts on how we can have accountability without re-traumatizing already vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Okay, since we're pressed for time, we'll take in the questions first, and then afterwards we'll ask the panelists to respond to them.
My name is Jenna, independent policy analyst. I just want to add on top of what was asked earlier about the collaboration with civil society. Just to add on top of that, if there is some sort of collaboration as suggested, how is it going to actually effectively help consumer to reclaim data sovereignty? Because we talked about data protection and privacy, but when it comes to platform, these platforms been collecting individual data, put them and use them in aggregate and profit exponentially from it, and we are not getting any benefits from it. And so on that end, I think the root cause is we don't have any control over our own data, and if there's like something, of course, like someone mentioned about compensation of looping in the civil society to help the companies that prioritize their the agenda for profit to de-risk all the things they manage into doing platform accountability. I was wondering if this kind of mechanism exists, is there any like innovative policy intervention can help consumer to reclaim the control over their own data, because at the root cause is the asymmetric relationship consumer has with this platform, which is now, it's almost like we are begging for them to protect our privacy and protection, where data should be in fundamental assets of an individual. Secondly, we mentioned a lot about online safety, and also point out that there's like some legal content in aggregate that may suggest some perceived potential harms. And I wonder, in this age with a lot of user-generated content and AI-generated content, in such a wide spectrum of content and information up there, how are we going to approach this, and what's the shortcoming of trying an attempt to regulate legal content that may potentially incite people to cause perceived potential harms? Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kenneth, and I'm from Hong Kong, and in personal capacity with the experience of private sector in public policy and a former journalist. And my question is actually quite related to the first two questions posed by the speakers, and wanted to focus on compensation, and especially on the tension between news organizations, social media companies, and government, because you have mentioned the importance of partnership. And there's the specific trend of like asking social media companies to make compensation, like monetary compensation, to news publishers and promotion of local content, and popularly known as the News Media Bargaining Regulation or Code, popularized in several years ago. But it was, we are seeing ripple effects in different parts of the world, including here in Taiwan. I believe this sort of bill was considered several months ago, as well as like Malaysia, especially we are talking about South and Southeast Asia. So I would be curious about, are there unintended consequences when talking about like partnerships and compensation, because we are seeing one of the trends is that there are specific big tech platforms now tend to de-risk and protest themselves with a pessimistic way of not showing news on the platforms. That will argue will harm the content, harm the partnership, but also making those credible and quality journalism not being shown on those popular platforms, meaning there will be more disinformation proportion per se. So I would like to ask your thoughts on this. Are you worried about this direction, this trend? And how should news organizations, social media platforms, and government find its way out in this maze, especially in the world of like news avoidance, and is compensation the best way forward? Thank you.
So let's collect the questions first. Okay, two more questions.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Anjum. I'm from Internet New Zealand, but also been involved with the Christchurch call. So I had a couple of questions and thoughts. One of the issues a lot of times is that, particularly when we're talking about minority groups, certain speech will, and types of speech will harm a minority group that won't harm a majority group, right? But democratic processes are always favoured by the majority group. So for example, in New Zealand, we now have a government that is refusing to put through any legislation, even though there's been a lot of work done. But we also have the conundrum that if this government put through legislation, it's most likely to be used to harm us, right? And so it's like, how do you manage these kinds of processes as minority groups that are suffering group defamation, group harm, which is effectively what hate speech is. And secondly, that platforms really have a financial incentive, right? The way the economic model is, the financial incentive is to promote outrage. And that's how they design their platforms, is to promote hate and outrage, and they're making a lot of money out of that, so they have no financial incentive to protect. And so while, you know, quotation of metrics and so on, effectively they're not actually doing that much in the space of protecting groups. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be quick, I hope. Just one thing that has been, we just had the Digital Rights Asia Pacific Conference also. One thing that has repeatedly come up is shadow banning of voices and various content. So we know these platforms know particular content, but there's no transparency about those decision making. I saw in the session profile a reference to Australia's voluntary efforts by a coalition-led group. So I'm thinking you're talking about Digi. This is a Digital Industry Group Inc., not-for-profit industry association advocating for the digital industry in Australia. You can go and have a look at that yourselves. There's recently, well, it's currently underway, some inquiries by the Australian government for a range of things. I'll put this forward from a submission by Reset Tech. where they raise that there are governance challenges in that, they have put in a complaint around X to Digi. These are the complaints mechanisms that are in place. X did not respond, did not engage in that process, so they are not complying with their own commitments. And as I look on Digi's website, I see their members X is still there, and might need further digging, but there's actually only 2 organisations that look to be supporters of the code. So just to share this, and again, you can look it up on Reset Tech, but the 5 building blocks that they've put forward, so the statement is overarching duty of care, requirements for platforms to assess all their systems and elements for defined sets of risks, requirements for platforms to implement reasonable steps to mitigate, 5 sources of transparency, including annual risk assessments, prescriptive public transparency reports, independent audits of risk assessments and transparency reports, data portals for ad repositories and content moderation decisions, and researcher access to public interest data, and enforceable regulation and empowered regulators to compel behavioural change. Voluntary codes just don't work.
Yes, and our final question.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So my name is Taskia, and I'm from Indonesia. So basically, I just did my bachelor's thesis on privacy and freedom of expression, specifically in social media platform. So my question is closely related to the content moderation, which I think is it's related to this topic. So the research found that there's no certainty of time from social media platform to take down content that violates a person's privacy. For example, in the case of doxing. So meanwhile, this time uncertainty will, of course, greatly affect the spread of harmful content or doxing content, because the algorithm itself will make the content viral and more widespread. So I have like a personal experience regarding this one. So one of my friend who is a student activist, he was doxed by anonymous in social media, and he already requested for the takedown option, but it doesn't work since the content was very viral in our country, in Indonesia. And of course, since in Indonesia, we don't have like a lot of social media's official representative office. So for Southeast Asia, basically like social media companies' official representative is based on Singapore. So it's kind of very hard for us to, let's say, make offline requests for the takedown content itself. So regarding this one, how should the platform handle the cases? Like, what's the best possible way? And the second one is, what do you think about the safe harbor policy regarding the platform accountability? Because in practice, the safe harbor policy itself makes sometimes like the line between what can be held legally accountable and what is not, it's still blurred anyway. So since the social media platform is user-generated contents or UGC platform, so basically like all responsibility will be transferred to the user, and the platform will not be responsible for the dissemination of the content. So I think as long as, let's say, the safe harbor policy still applies, that we must put the extra effort for the accountability for the platform itself. Thank you very much.
So thank you for all the questions. I suppose our panelists took note of them. I think some of them are actually related to each other, issues about collaboration between civil society and platforms. Would they really work? Issues of harm, the issue of safety here. How do we approach, how do we actually regulate legal content to prevent harm, no representation of social media companies in other countries. That's why it's difficult to make requests for platforms, the tension between news organizations and social media companies. And then what else? Harms to minority groups. So anyone?
Yeah, maybe we can
I can give a shot at some, and then we can pass it on as we go. I think just in the interest of time, maybe rather than doing individual questions, I'll take some of the thematic areas out. I think the first one, it boils down to how we think about harm, who is being harmed, who is deciding that is harm versus not harm. And I think that ties back to the systems-based approach that I think we were discussing earlier in terms of moving away from an outcome-based intervention to a risk-based intervention. I think we're seeing very early examples of that in the AI space, but not in the direction it should be headed. But I think in terms of, are there ways at a very systemic level, how are we assessing risks? In that risk assessment, is it only done by internal stakeholders? Is there an external process around it? And whether we can build systems, interventions, products, processes that fundamentally takes a very risk-based approach and how you're tackling long-term sort of harm. So maybe that's a way kind of tackling some of the questions. And then that kind of ties into the issues around user sovereignty or user rights or complaint mechanisms. We know existing complaint mechanisms do not work in the same way voluntary codes do not work. So in that case, what kind of guardrails, whether that is through legislation or other kinds of procedural, other kinds of more regulatory instruments that could enable better grievance redressal mechanisms? Can users actually get a response, and can platforms be held accountable for the lack of response versus take down, keep, kind of that kind of binary dichotomy? And the last thing I would say is mostly around, I think it goes back to a bit around like data access and sort of how we're thinking about transparency. And especially like now, it's pretty much impossible to study any platform at this point. And so I think there's some mechanisms coming out of Europe, but really broadly across the region, I think legislations, litigations, engagements that fundamentally focus more around this issue around transparency, what you're actually sharing versus not sharing, goes back to the points that Pratik has also made on how do we actually understand these metrics, not going down the rabbit hole of metrics, but the comparison behind it. Is it the right metric to even be measuring? And sort of what kind of data access, which is privacy preserving, is possible for external researchers to look into, which is through which we can also measure how the platforms are performing. So I think that's another sort of instrument of some of the questions that was raised.
Are we just going down the line? Yes. Well, the questions talked about money, systems approach, compensation, use of data. There's one issue that cuts across all of them is targeted advertising and how we can control or reduce that through application of data protection law. And the targeted advertising or targeted content creation is really at the heart of platforms, heart of the reason why platforms are thriving from our data, and also that is the reason they are careful in taking contents down, because you want more people to stay on the service so that more advertising can be sold on people's eyeballs on those contents. And September 2022, Korean Data Protection Authority issued a decision. I think this is the world's first decision that using the behavioral data on platforms' own services is okay, but using third-party website, using users' behavioral data on third-party websites for pushing advertising on third-party websites, which surprised a lot of people. That is beyond the reasonable expectation of people who signed up with platforms' terms and conditions. And I think that decision has a lot of promise for containing the propagation of disinformation and hate speech, and I think that's another kind of systemic, non-content specific way of holding platforms accountable, so that it doesn't become censorship.
Thank you, KS. Just to address the lady who was the first one to ask the questions. So we confirmed that we mentioned the importance and how crucial it is to have a collaboration between CSOs and the platforms, for the reason that the CSOs can provide the necessary context for purposes of aiding the platforms in determining which content to moderate, which content to take down. And it was mentioned that in such a scenario, we are actually giving the burden to the CSOs in providing these inputs to the platform. And I agree to that. And it was mentioned that because of that, compensation must be given to the CSO for doing such a job. Again, I confirm that. The platforms have funds. They have created the environment where the harm is being done or being made. Then they should be made responsible for rectifying this and for all the costs necessary to rectify this. It was mentioned that a systemic approach is ideal, and I agree to that. But in our case, in the movement against disinformation, our focus now is helping the journalists to deal with the problem of red tagging. Our organization is closely working with the journalists because we believe that they are the antidote to the disinformation that is spreading in social media platforms. They have to be countered with correct information that only credible journalists can provide. And so we would like to support the journalists. And since we are having this midterm election in 2025, we are kind of thinking of a time-bound, close collaboration. This is the first of its kind, if ever, that will be rolled out. Time-bound, close collaboration between the journalist groups and the platform. That within that period, identified journalists can be included in a protected persons list, such that any harm that will befall these persons in the list would automatically trigger a protection from the platform. And then hopefully once this is tested and we would see how it will pan out, we would see the limitations, we will be agile enough to make adjustments, and hopefully if it works, it can be expanded to include other vulnerable groups, other members of the civil society. It's important that we define, we recognize that the harm exists, we define the harmful acts, we define how we can avoid the harmful acts, what are the measures that are needed, and if there's a need to further adjust, then we can move forward rather than touch on many sensitivities, like it would touch on censorship, it would touch on conflicting interests of other groups. Perhaps an approach can be taken whereby we can define the problem in a smaller scale and then expand later on, learning from the limitations of having it in that applied in a smaller group.
Okay, and Pratik, maybe on last words, or if you would like to respond to the questions in general.
Yeah, no, I think we're way over time, so I'll just keep it quick and maybe respond to, I think it was Anjum's question about, what to do in this scenario where you understand that there's a need for legislation, but you're also unsure of how any legislation being enacted will be used against those who are vulnerable, right? And I think that's an experience that we have to some extent, and it obviously it's a very difficult situation to be in, because you realize that there are there are harms and there are situations that need to be addressed through some form of accountability mechanisms, but you're also worried how any effort to do that will actually be misused. And the way we've tried to go about it, and I can't say for sure whether this is the absolute right answer to this or not, But the way we try to go about this is through broader, awareness and civic literacy kind of initiatives, which is educating the people in terms of how certain measures may impact you, or certain approaches, for example, something that, always asking for more surveillance, how can that impact various voices, etc. Right? And I think the answer, unfortunately, there is you have to ultimately win back the initiative at the ballot, which is a much longer road and harder road in many situations. But I think that is just to tie it all and say that, look, sometimes when we're talking about issues of platform accountability in silos, it's also important to just recall that these all feed into broader issues in our various geographical contexts as well. And it's important that civil society organizations try and play a role in connecting that. It's also alluding to the earlier point that, look, how much more can you add on civil society organizations? I think we're already overworked, overburdened. But this is an important role that we need to try and fulfill.
Yes, so we've gone beyond our time limit. So I'm sure there's still a lot of questions you would want to ask. But if there are questions you want to ask, you may get in touch with our speakers here. You may approach them and talk to them about your issues. So so that we can continue the discussions. And yeah, so we'd like to thank our speakers, Dia, KS, Grace, and Pratik, for those insightful thoughts that you gave us regarding platform accountability. And thank you for our audience also for staying with us, even if we went beyond time. And yeah, so by the way, just to flag, perhaps after this session, we're also thinking of coming up perhaps with some white paper, and perhaps that's, you can contribute to that. That is something that perhaps we can present to civil society organizations and policymakers as reference, so that we can build consensus on the different experiences of the different countries. With that, thank you very much again, and have a good afternoon.
Thanks, everyone. The session has concluded successfully. We would like to express our special thanks to all the on-site and online participants and the distinguished speakers for giving us an insightful speech. And also, due to the short delay, the next section will start at 3:20 instead. If you have any thoughts, please scan the QR code which is presented on the screen for the APrIGF synthesis document to make your voice heard. In the meanwhile, there are snack bars available outside. Please enjoy and see you later. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Woo. Testing, testing. Oh, good. Testing. 好啊，好啊。Pio, have you joined the Zoom room yet? Pio wants Zoom room, right? Thank you. You can hear me, Pio?
Esteemed guests, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Please take your seat promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silence mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you.
Mapta, can you hear us? Checking audio, checking audio.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to APrIGF 2024, Defending Against Digital Deceptions, Strategies for Preventing Online Scams and Identity Theft, Day 2, August 21st, 3:30 p.m. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the Code of Conduct of APrIGF. And now let's welcome the host to lead us upcoming sections.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, this is Jasmine. Welcome to our session. It's actually a very, I try to make it very fun and vivid. It's a workshop about defending against this deception, because nowadays there are many, online scammings, and then beyond just being, anonymously acting as a scammer or criminals. It is also often that people are stealing someone else's identity to commit different criminals activities. So that is the theme, like why we create this session, and we want you to have fun and enjoy the session. So maybe I could quickly share my slides, because I want to brief you a little bit like what will be happening in the next 60 minutes. So actually the first thing we would do is a little bit icebreaking for sure, because we want to get a sense of what kind of incidents that you might have faced, or and also about what would be your expected takeaway from this session. So bear in mind, this is when it comes to workshop, it's always about how much you input and equal to how much you take it away as well. So as long as you engage and feel excited about the topics, for sure you will get much than you expect. And after some icebreaker, we'll be having expert sharing. It's an overview about what's the issues about, and then some case studies. What kind of scams are we talking about? And then I will introduce you a little bit design thinking tours, and to help you on using these kind of tours to be problem driven. Let's say you identify what kind of problem that you might be facing, and then you could be very strategically develop your own solution that cater to that specific problem. And then it will be it's going to be very interactive, because we need to break you guys into different groups on doing a case study. And we will expect each group to have some presentation. So I hope this, even though this is like a later afternoon, but then we still want you to be energized and have fun, really, to have fun with our session. And we will wrap this up with things coming up. So let's begin with some fun thing. Can I ask you to take out your phone and scan the code over there or in the back, then to join our Slido, and then the first thing that would love you to share with us is, let me change my screen. So everyone in, because I'm gonna have to change my window. Okay. Okay, actually, You know what? I'm not an expert. I'm definitely not an expert of Slido, but the thing is, you can still actually scan the code here on the top left corner. And yeah, so please share us one online scam incident that you faced. So I already see one input that's about e-commerce order. So anyone else? Wrong product. Okay, it's also about consumption. Lazada promotion, is that some kind of brand name? Phishing link, email, SMS, identified on call. Nigerian prince. Okay, much interesting thing is coming up. You can see, you can see some sort of the pattern. Some are quite related to when you are doing consumption, shopping, and then some are even including names that I don't really know what is going on, right? Scam call, it's about communication channel, email, SMS call, okay, etc., etc. And okay, now we identify some problem that you guys face. Thank you very much. And the next one I want to know about, what do you want to take away from this session? Since you're here, spending with us with your very precious time, what do you want to take away from this session? It's a workshop, right? So what could be the takeaway of you? Yeah, I know people may not like speaking, so this is a very great tool for people who love typing. How to scam other people? Wow! This is current schemes. Wow, okay. Very interesting expectation. Systematic response by DNS. Is that more like, is it more about the problem itself or the solution? Who put these things on? Organization level. Ah, right. Got you. Yeah, there's definitely organization level of measures doing that. How to get government to care about it, how to save self, what is the next scam? Yeah, it's about like what could the trends, the future, upcoming trends, and also what's the current things that are happening. Thank you very much for sharing this with us. And now we understand more about what you are expecting to take away. So some people may have to, I have to be very honest, some people may have to be disappointed. Some people have to be disappointed. Some people might be happy. But it's let's be flexible about what is going on. We want you to have fun. And next, I would love to invite our experts to share more about the overview and some case study about the upcoming and and also the current situations. Let's welcome Mr. Ben Jan, please. Ben, please. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben Chan from Internet Society Hong Kong. So I would be giving a very quick overview of identity theft and online scam here. I guess I know it kind of go without speaking, but let's first look at what is identity theft and online scam. So identity theft means someone try to use your personal information without your authorization. Okay, so it could be as simple as just using I shouldn't say simple, as non-impactful as someone use your personal information to sign up for some free online services. To do something nasty that you might not know for whatever, or to something as impactful as someone is trying to use your personal information to get a loan, to file a tax return in order to get a fake refund, something that you would have a very hard time to deal with by maybe try to prove yourself. is yourself to some financial institution or even the government. And then like how it related with online scam is like a lot of time how identity work would be like they try to scam you online by like, because like these days everyone is like on a lot of different kind of platform, mobile app, website, etc. And then they try to like store your information by like phishing, by various tactics, by social engineering. So I guess like everyone have sort of some kind of experience of these kind of identity theft and online scam yourself. So here we list out like some of the most common method like scammer try to do. So first thing, a lot of people immediately, like whenever we talk about identity theft, we think about is like phishing attack. So phishing attack would be something like, for example, they try to pretend like one of the online services you use. Some of the most popular would be like everyone kind of use Google, Gmail, or Microsoft Outlook. So it is very common like people would send mass scam, mass phishing email to trick you, create some urgency usually to trick you into filling out a form, filling out your information. Some of the phishing attack could be very targeted, like it could be like target in a range that like targeting specific kind of user in some loyalty program with your telecom, so that like you feels like when they tell you, hey, you are going to like owe me like $50K if you don't click this link or something like that, they create an urgency that make you feel like it is real. Social engineering is kind of another way, but like it's usually not as massive. So social engineering is more like they try to talk with you, talk you into it, try to pretend to be your relative, your friends. A lot of time, like these happen on social media, like Instagram or Telegram, WhatsApp. If they could get one of the account of your friends, or if they try to pretend to be someone who you might know to talk with you, then they might be successful to get your PII. Data breach is probably like the most, like the majority, the most common way that PII got lost to the scammer. So like there are like tons of massive data breach happening for last 10 years. Data breach itself would like leak your data, and there are also some dark market on on the internet that people would trade for it. SIM card fraud or SIM swapping is more like a social engineering on the telecom instead of individual. So most of the telecom, like when you tell them like, hey, I lost my phone, or like I lost the SIM card, they would actually like able to remotely teleport your phone number to another SIM card. So by trying to like use the loophole of those customer services in telecom, try to game it, attacker could get your phone number moved to their SIM card, and then like a lot of services these days use like OTP over SMS, something like that. Then like you would basically like lost the access. They can gain access to your account. And then the other two, malware, keyloggings, is more on the software side of like trying to hack the computer. And skimming and card calling is lesser this day. But back to the day, like when a lot of like ATM card, credit card, or other like kind of card is were still on magnetic stripe, it is pretty common for people to try to clone it, like by putting some specialized device on the ATM or on some on the receiver end of the card. This day it is more, it is less common right now because like more cards are using newer technology to encrypt the data and make it non-replayable. Another new type of identity theft that is like getting more popular and people are kind of worried about it relates with machine learning. So like deepfake is a technology using machine learning that can like try to make a fake appearance of your face on in an image or video form. Earlier this year, there is actually a very funny cases in Hong Kong that a famous engineering firm actually lose money because someone tried to pretend, like use the fake to pretend to be the CFO of the company and ask the employee in Hong Kong to jump on a Zoom call, a video call, and then you see your CFO on video call and thought like, yeah, that is verified. Traditionally, we would tell people, hey, if you got an SMS or WhatsApp message from your college, from your friend, asked you to borrow money, the very first thing you would do is like try to call him. Now with machine learning, this might not be as trustworthy as possible. Even you can't trust your eyes or ears. So here I would like to share a few things that happening in Hong Kong last year, this few year on identity theft prevention. Traditionally, like they run a hotline of anti-scam helpline, so you can call up and tell them about what you have, and then they have a database of the common phishing or scam, social engineering scheme, and they can tell you it is known or not. And even better, 2 years ago, there is a new services called Scammeter that launched. So there's a website called Scammeter, and there's also a mobile app called Scammeter Plus. So what it does is like you can pull up a phone number, email address, or URL or brand name on it, and then it will tell you it is a known scam from the database. Another thing that proved that pretty useful that implemented in Hong Kong is blocking spoof call with the country code as prefix. So how it works is like due to the legacy of the telephone system network, it is actually possible to spoof a phone number when the attacker try to initiate a call. To make it look real, and like in order to make it look like a real numbers, people would add a prefix of country code on the caller ID. But that is actually not the real caller ID, right? So by blocking it, it basically prevents everyone who try to call from overseas but pretending to be a local number. Another thing that's just implemented recently is that it is allowing governments and some financial institutions to register a SMS caller ID starting with a prompt as the prefix. So right now, this is only allowed for government and financial sector, but it's basically working like a verified badge. So if you see a prompt, it's the prefix of the SMS, you know this is from a verified registered sources. On the other hand, a kind of related measure that is not in Hong Kong but implemented in Taiwan is it actually now blocking SMS with link. So link is another common thing that when it comes to SMS, it is always used as a tool for phishing. Preventing that actually prevented a lot of fraud approach. So for individual, there are lots of things to do. I know it will be shared later. But as an organization, here is a few things that you could immediately to start doing it to prevent like fraud, identity theft in your organization. So one obvious thing is to implement a multi-factor authentication. So common multi-factor authentication, OTP, one-time password over SMS or other out-of-band channel, email, etc. TOTP is also kind of common, but only thing is it is a little bit more difficult to use. So like Google Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator all support the TOTP protocol. So if you haven't implemented it on your organization or enforce it, that is the first thing to do. Recently, there is also a new standard called passkey. So passkey is a new standard that basically jointly announced that I think like 2 years ago when Google, Apple, Microsoft, they are saying they are going to support passkey so that you can use your mobile phone basically as a hardware authenticator. And on any website or mobile services, mobile app web services, you can use that as the authenticators instead of password. And it have a lot of advantage, like it is not replayable, so people can't like spoof you into inputting your passkey in a phishing site and replay it on your real website to get your account. I wouldn't go too much into details here, but if you're interested, you should check it out. Another thing that's very useful is enforcing the use of password manager, because without password managers, it is really hard to tell people not to reuse password. Another thing is, of course, like training for phishing attack and security policy. And finally, like to implement email authentication. So it goes a little bit technical. So there's a multiple protocol like SPF, DKIM, DMARC that will help your people receive email from your domain to know it is authentic or spoofed. So I guess my sharing will be here, and then I would pass the time to Meba. Okay.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. And so we will be sharing more context from the other regions. Can we have Mapta coming in to share her cases?
Am I audible?
Yes, 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 we can hear you, Mapta.
Okay. So hi everyone, I'm Mapta. I'm joining you from Malaysia and deeply saddened that I'm not present there in person, but just taking whatever opportunity we can get to connect. So Ben has highlighted a lot of the things that we could do from organization point of view, and also the most common kind of online scam and identity theft mechanism that is ongoing right now. But I guess unless we hear real life incident, or unless we actually learn about the statistics or how it is affecting people in real life, it does not register as serious to us because we have to experience something to actually understand the gravity of it. A lot of you also highlighted that you've been scammed by Lazada, Shopee, maybe some other platforms as such. And that is actually the experience of general public as well. So the FICO report, it estimated that around 76% of Malaysian population, they received some kind of unsolicited text, messages, email that could potentially be scams. And almost 19% out of them, they actually admitted to making real life payment ranging from around 100 USD to 1700 USD. And this was an amount that could not be recovered once they made payment for it. So in such manner, individuals and individual friends and family of individuals have fallen, have fallen and become real victims of minor to major scams conducted by these covert operations. So we will be discussing some of the impact. If we can move on to the next slide. So we'll be looking at some of the impacts, financial impact that such scams had on people's life. And also we will be seeing how these kind of identity theft and online scam does not only have impact on your finances, it can have impact on your life in general, in employment, your human rights and liberty as well. So it could be as major as infringing your personal liberty, your personal dignity in general. So sharing an overview of example of a financial problem that a person went through in Malaysia. So what happened was she was a 30-year-old salesperson from Malaysia who discovered that her identity had been stolen and it had been misused to make significant purchase, which impacted her credit score and her future financial investments in the time to come. So what happened was in 2022, the victim, she applied for a housing loan, which was unexpectedly declined. And the reason was a poor credit rating that came as a complete shock to her because she had never done anything as such herself. And later she found out that somebody took around 1500 USD, used around 1500 USD to purchase an iPhone 12 Pro Max in August 2021 from leasing company. It was only after a year she actually found out that somebody had used her credit card, which has led to her bad credit rating. And she had never lost her IC. She had never borrowed money using credit card from any of the leasing company. She had not done anything that she could think of as suspicious. So even in such circumstance, she found out that she had fallen victim to it. So after this, she immediately contacted the leasing company to gather details of this borrower, and then she filed a police report on it and began the process of clearing her name and restoring her credit rating. So now this case, it underscores the severe financial implications of identity theft, including the damage it can do to person's credit rating and their ability to secure essential resources. And in a circumstance where she did not proactively engage in anything that could be potentially violative or could be potentially risky. So from this, we can gather that there could be numerous instances which, without us knowing, could lead to identity theft or online scam. So this was an example of the financial implication such scams could have on your life. Now moving on to another example from Cambodia. So this is a situation where not just your finances, but your life, like the overall life of people in general, was affected. So what happened was, um, so there were victims who were coerced into cyber fraud activities, including money laundering, cryptocurrencies fraud, and love scams, where they pose as romantic interest online. Say, they would be contacted by these agencies. They would be lured in the name of getting a job, in the name of love interest, in the name of some sort of investment, and then they would move. These Indian citizens, they moved to Cambodia, and once they reached Cambodia, they were forced to operate cyber fraud scheme. So a UN report from August 2023 highlighted that at least 120,000 people in Myanmar and 100,000 people in Cambodia were forced to operate cyber fraud schemes. And this issue is widespread across Southeast Asia. So some of the victims were deceived with promises of legitimate job, and upon arrival, they found that it was not actually a legitimate job offer. It was a scam, and they were forced to create fake social media accounts to scam people. And in India alone, victims were scammed out of around 59 million USD in the past 6 months to a year. So this scale underscores the severity of the problem, including the life of people, their liberty to choose their employment, their freedom in general, and also the financial impact on not just an individual, the society, and in country and even global level. And not just that, these scam operators are so dangerous that even journalists covering these billion-dollar scam industries faced significant security threats, including physical and online harassment, surveillance, among others. There were many journalists who, such as Meg Dara and Daniel Keaton Olsen, who faced similar kind of situation. And when they were pursuing such billion-dollar scam. So these being some of the examples of the potential implication these online scams and identity theft can have on us. Now let's move on to what can we actually do on an individual level to safeguard ourselves from such issues. So definitely, the first and foremost thing would be to be vigilant about your digital presence. Always try to
Monitor, right? Monitor, track, and secure, etc.
Yes. So I'm sorry, just a little bit of a throat issue. Yeah, so be vigilant about your digital presence. Always make sure to check your financial statement. If the Malaysian lady had kept track of her credit card charges, then the credit rating would not have declined so bad, and she would not have found out about it only a year later. Always be mindful of the charges that you see in the financial statement. Be mindful of any unauthorized purchases. Be mindful of any calls or emails you get from debt collectors. And as Ben previously highlighted, if there are multiple tax returns being just, would you want to take over?
Yeah, so I think I'm trying to, you know, I don't want to spoon feed people. So these are all our recommendations, and then you can take a photo, save it, and reflect how you're gonna use different things. I think I try not to repeat too much things that you might have known or our experts have been shared about. Thank you very much, Mapta, again, for sharing cases and also what we can do individually. And next, it will be your turn after expert. Sorry, guys, to wake you up or to really coming forward to raise your energy. But then we have some case challenge that we really want you to reflect and work on a little bit because case challenges is a format that really can activate your brain cells and always as a simulation that's help you to sort of be more responsive and also smart when you face some maybe similar situation or problem that you will be facing. So let me just quickly introduce tools for you. So it's something about design thinking. Some people may know about it, right? Design thinking is more how do we approach the problem itself from with very human-centric perspective. In the following exercise that we've been doing, I highly encourage you to before come up with solution. You see there's a double diamond. So actually on the left-hand side is about discover and diverge the problem itself. So before jumping straight to the solution itself, how could we better frame the problem itself? It's also a very important process when we think about what kind of solution or how do we get out of the problem that we have or may be into. So let me just go forward. So one of the tools, practical tools, some of you may have used it already because design thinking is very popular, right? One of the things is this is a tool called Empathy Map. So the rationale is just it's about making a persona profile. So you could either choose to use from a victim perspective or the criminal perspective on, okay, what kind of person is it? So what kind of feature? Let's say, who am I? What kind of personality? What kind of behavior that make that person so vulnerable as a victim, or so evil or whatever to be a criminal? But besides this very neutral profile, it's also about what are the pain points and what are the needs of this person. So this is more like thinking from that person's perspective to be very specific and niche, because when we talk about solving the problem, it's about how we could tackle the problem like very accurately. We try to be more accurate, niche, and specific so that we could make sure that that problem can be tackled. So quickly, how is it gonna work? So I'm just taking myself as an example. So I'm Jessica. It's a fake name, obviously. So my slogan is like, I'm a victim. So like, Why is this happening to me? Okay, I'm a Gen Z, I'm a shopaholic, I'm attracted by discounts. So maybe these are the features that I got to become a victim. And my pain points are, my identity has been stolen to commit crime. So people stole my identity, stole my ID card number, and then they make a fake ID card, and then once they have this fake ID card, real number, fake name, and they use it to purchase the SIM card that could be reactivated. Because nowadays, in the case of Hong Kong, that when you buy SIM card, you need to use your ID card to kind of verify your identity. But then, in this case, that my identity being stolen, I'm unable to track where am I? How do I lose my identity and the data? And so, yeah, I need to identify my data leakage. And to prove that my identity being stolen, I need to talk to the police. That's my pain point, and that's my need. And I will skip this one because we actually have three, not 4 groups, but I think we can just do 3 groups very quickly. So we have 3 cases. The first case is about your account being taken over through SIM swiping. And then the second case is about synthetic identity theft. So it's about people using, combining true and fake information that steal your identity, and also they use your identity to do some kind of loan, and also something related to financial credits, to borrow loans. And the third one is medical identity theft. So it's a person who steal your identity, and then they use medical service, and because now some medical system, they need, they have a certain quota for certain people, so that when your identity being stolen, it means that the medical benefit that you have might be stolen by the other person. So that's the 3 cases that that we want to share with you. And actually, if you do not understand very fluently, it's okay, because we're going to have our in-person facilitator to help us. So if you are interested into SIM swiping, you can go to Lamka here. So over there, you can we can do some group discussion about these cases. And then we also have Baka for synthetic identity theft here in the middle. And finally, we have fraud, yeah, for the medical theft part. So we will do a very, quick discussion about these cases. Let me share the guiding question on site. So it's very simple here. Okay. So we're gonna have 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes discussion about, it's like we design these cases for you, so you can discuss about what type of scam is being, portrayed here, what could be the reason, and what could be the ways avoid it. So feel free to come and let's do some vivid discussion. Can I invite you guys to come over and just very casual discussion and have some fun, Yeah, time is short, life is short, so we don't have much time to discuss. So I just want to encourage you to, because actually this kind of cases could be, very relevant. We all have the vulnerability and also chances to encounter this. So, yeah, did you? Any question here? It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to know anything. Just have fun and talk. Yeah. I can. SIM card, synthesis, identity, and medical. Can I invite you? Okay, it's okay then. Which one will you be more interested in? This is the SIM card. SIM versus. This is like a mix of different things. Yeah. So. Here, the SIM card one, right? I'm actually the real victim of the SIM card thing. Please, please, please. Move closer, move closer. Okay, sorry to remind that you have 2 minutes left. And within this 2 minutes, you might wrap your discussion, and also if any volunteer would love to speak later, each group could have 1 to 2 minutes to share your thoughts, like a very brief overview of what your discussion is about. Thank you. So final minutes, make sure you know who will be the spokesperson of your group. Final minutes. Sorry, I know it's a very painful hard stop, but it's great to have great discussion, unstoppable discussion. But I think we need to slowly stop, slowly slow down, and then be ready to share your thoughts. Thank you very much. Very disciplined group. Thank you for being a good role model. And I think we could continue this later after this session as well, right? We can still continue later. Lifelong conversation. You'll be facing this in your life, maybe your friends or whoever. Okay, can I ask which group is ready for a quick presentation? Your group? Wow, you're so fast. Okay, you grab my mic. Just 1.5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Our group was for medical identity theft, and what we've concluded too in terms of data in Asian countries, these countries do not have developed information systems. They don't have data and privacy laws. So information exchange in, for example, I'll give you an example of my country, which is Pakistan. So we don't have an established data protection law, and we don't have those legislations like they have in the US. So insurers of medical health would actually be exchanging data, or their employees would be leaking data to other companies for money, and you would get marketed by so many insurers that, you know, take our plan, it's more conducive, we give more hospitals, we give more services, lab services, and so forth. But at the same time, we have a small example whereby one of the hospitals, a charity hospital, once you go to that hospital for, you know, anything related to medical examination, they give you an anonymous ID and they give you a barcode, which you wear on your wrist. So you can have anything from operations to lab reports or you know, outdoor or ER, and your identity does not get revealed to anyone because, you know, it's mapped against like something like a blockchain. So these blockchain could present as itself as a solution, a utopian solution, as one of the colleagues mentioned over here. Then, you know, there needs to be some training and capacity building for institutional service providers, so that they validate the information once somebody tries to make a claim against it. And there should be some kind of a confirmation code generated, which could be approved by the patient. So there are novel solutions which can be imported from, you know, countries where they have developed these solutions. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's about personal privacy and confirmation of personal validation of personal data by the patient themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much of sharing the, your cases. Now, which group do you want to go? Which group would love to pick it up? Okay, thank you. So sorry to cut it to 1 minute. I'm ready to.
Okay, very fast, very fast. Hey, we're the group dealing with the SIM swapping fraud, where someone convinces the carrier to transfer the number over to the scammers. So why is it effective? Well, it required social engineering, tricking the telephone company to hand over the number. It bypasses traditional security measures like 2FA, and the SIM card is like a gateway to access so many more accounts, like how many people use their mobile numbers to associate with their Facebook, Twitter, etc., and banks. And it exploits vulnerabilities both of the user and the service providers. How to avoid? So there are services that already use voice recognition and facial recognition apart from numbers, phone numbers. Another thing is it should be required for someone to be there in person at the telephone company to swap the number, and the telephone company should like increase their cybersecurity capabilities. Another suggestion is to use Google authenticators. And lastly, this is something that's very rarely seen, even our own country in the Philippines, is that there should be liability for service providers and mobile operators. So if something like this happens, there should be consequences.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing this. A lot of solution, and perhaps the next step could be how do we implement this. But last but not least, last group, please, 1 minute as well. Cool. Okay, so our topic was synthetic identity theft. So we discussed about the example of UIDA in India, Indonesian financial crisis with that, and social media access and identity theft in that case. So as I can assume that every one of you might be or not might be aware about the synthetic identity theft. So we have come out with some of the solution. That one is like not linking with everything. Like do not use your same credentials in every platform, like for Facebook, LinkedIn, like that. One is the solution. Second solution is for the UIDI case, which we have discussed, is like do not link your bank accounts. Do not let the government link our bank accounts with our identity verification, we call this. So that can be a solution. Changing password frequently. Digital education, which is very important right now, like for parents as well as children especially. We came out with multi-factor authentication,
with organization as well as people. And the last one is money information and educating people with the law and enforcement criteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for being very engaging in this session. I don't have, actually I know the time is running up, so I don't want to put many words in here, but I hope that you guys enjoy today's session after, understanding, after connecting your personal cases with some border cases in Hong Kong, ASEAN, Malaysia cases, as well as discussing with your teammate about what the type of scams, the type of solution that you may come up to. Hopefully, you will be enjoying the rest of the APrIGF, and because our next session is coming up as well, the town hall session, please stay behind. We'll be starting very soon. If you're interested to keep in touch on this topic, feel free to reach me or other facilitator later as well. Thank you very much for your participation. Enjoy the rest of the APrIGF 2024. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. The session has concluded successfully. We appreciated your participation and attention. And also, due to the short delay, the next session will start at 4:40 instead. If you have any thoughts, please scan the QR code which is presented on screen for the APrIGF synthesis document to make your voice heard. Thank you.
Please stay for the town hall session. It's gonna be very fun, and you can have your voice heard.
esteemed guests, the next sessions will commence in 5 minutes. Please take your seat promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silence mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to APrIGF 2024 Dangho, Day 1st, August 21st. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct of APrIGF. Thank you. And now please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming sessions.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the first town hall session of APrIGF 2024. My name is Jennifer Chung. I am part of the secretariat team, and I'm really happy to welcome you to the very first town hall session. I think you've had a very long day, a very fulfilling day of talking and discussing a lot of very interesting issues at all of the workshop sessions, different sessions, lunch sessions, and I hope you had really interesting corridor conversations too, and mingled and networked throughout the day. This is one of the key highlights actually of the APrIGF, because at the end of day one and also at the end of day two tomorrow, we come together as a community to surface all the very interesting and important issues that we really want to capture, key issues that we think are very important to capture in this year's synthesis document. And I'd like to give everyone a little bit of an introduction. So this is our drafting committee leadership. We have our co-chairs. We have our co-chair Luke Rong Guang Tiao. He is from the University Sains Malaysia, and he's also affiliated with NetMission.Asia. Next to Luke, we have Saima Nassar. She is a lecturer at Xiamen University, Malaysia. You want to say hi really quickly, Saima? Okay.
I think it's not working. Hello, everyone.
And then we have pen holders, and I think they will talk about it a little bit more when we get to the thematic tracks. So we have online with us Ao Yiteng. He is a business and computer science year 2 at Nanyang Technical University. Thank you, Yiteng, for joining us online. Next to Saima, here with us in Taipei, we have Ross Chanvolik. She is the Cambodia Youth IGF Organizing Committee member and also the PR and Policy Officer at Cambodia Development Resource Institute.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all.
And last but not least, we have Sochita Sokachan online with us as well. She is part of the Asia Pacific and the Cambodian Youth IGF Organizing Committee member. Thank you, Sochita, for joining us online. So with that, I'd like to pass the floor now to one of our co-chairs, Simon, to explain to you what the synthesis document process is all about.
Hello, everyone. Today we have a synthesis document, and in this synthesis document, we are, as a drafting committee, we do this every year during the APrIGF, and we do starting from the first input from the online comment platform, and then we do the public input from the town hall. We have 2 town hall. Today is the first town hall, and tomorrow we're gonna have second town hall, and we are looking forward to your public opinion and your comments. After that, we're gonna have a collaborative drafting on collaborative platform, and then we're gonna publish this synthesis document on IGF. So we are looking for your all comments, and hopefully we will get more. Thank you.
Thank you, Saima. And we will go to a little bit more about what the document is. And now over to Luke.
Right, and for this part, I think the key word is just common interest. So the synthesis document is something where we can put all the ideas, voices, everything together, and you don't have to worry to be too specific or anything, because that's our job as the drafting committee. We will be doing most of the heavy lifting, but you guys just feel free to add anything. Of course, it must be constructive and specific to help us as well. And there we will really try to highlight innovations of the forum and inspire other national and regional initiatives to develop their own processes. And next slide, we'll be talking about sort of the rundown of how things will work. So actually there is one part before this, which is draft 0, where we've actually met beforehand, before meeting here, to sort of give a taste of what is to come. And for now, on the 21st to the 22nd of August, it's APrIGF Town Hall meetings where we have live input. And then after that, we'll be having a public input period, 1 phase 2, post-meeting. And then after that will be the busiest period for us in the drafting committee, 28th August to 20th September. And draft 1 will be published at the end of September. And after that will be public input period 2. And then from 30th September to mid-October will be, the drafting committee will be the active working period again. And we aim to publish this 2024 synthesis document in mid-October. Back to you, Jen.
Thank you, Luke. Can we now switch over to, yes, that's perfect. So I'd like to show you what the comment platform is all about. Actually, when we've had this in the past years and previous years, this is actually the busiest time where we get the most input. And let's hope we can actually have more comments this time in Taipei than we had last year. We always like to improve year by year. Just for your information, last year in Brisbane, I think we received over 100 comments on our draft 0. So let's hope we can do the same, if not better. So just to show you right now, there is currently, and I'm going to do a quick refresh because I want to give you the most up-to-date information. Let's hope there is another comment. If not, we really only have one comment right now on this. It's actually very, very easy. One thing I'd like to tell you to do, actually suggest, is to have this web page, comment.aprigf.asia, actually open on one of your devices throughout the day. So when you're actually going to any of the workshops, any of the sessions, and you hear something that's really interesting, or you actually go to the mic and say something interesting about a particular session or about a particular policy issue or even a recommendation, you can very, very quickly put it into this platform to make sure we do not miss this very key item that you have said or you've heard said at a session. So I'll show you exactly how to do this. I'm going to scroll down and do a test comment on the preamble. If you can see, and I'm sorry that is actually a little bit small, but you can actually follow along on your devices at comment.aprigf.asia. There is a small little speech bubble next to every single paragraph. I'm going to scroll down a little more to show you. For example, under this security and trust thematic track that we have, if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll see there is actually every single session in this year's program. And I'll do a test comment on defending against digital deception, strategies for preventing online scams and identity theft. There's a little bubble here. If you click on this bubble, you'll be brought to a little window on the right side of your screen that says name, mail, and then website. Of course, this is voluntary, but the name is actually required. I will put secretariat. And then the mail, of course, you all know this, is the secretariat email, sec@aprigf.asia. It's hard to type with one hand and speak at the same time. Okay, oh, I think I have a typo. There you go. And we'll type a little better here with one hand. And then you just roll down to here. This is a free-form text. You can put whatever you want. I'm just going to put text because I cannot type very well with my left hand. There you go, test. And once you click on this, submit comment, you will see, as it thinks about it a little bit more, I think the Wi-Fi at the venue is, oh, there's an error here. No, let's do it again. Required, there you go, visual text, there you go, submit comment. I think it probably did not, did it go? Duplicate comment, okay, it actually posted. So if you go up here, and I'm going to refresh so you can see. Let's refresh a little bit more and watch me get into some technical difficulties, telling you how easy it is to put it in. While we deal with this in the background, you really do just have to click into each of the speech bubbles and then leave it, leave your comment. I'm going to show you what we currently have on the page. There's 2 comments on the whole page. Actually, we have one person who very, very kindly went through the entire document and left us a comment about different paragraphs. I would suggest that you actually go to each of the paragraphs and leave your comment, but of course, if you feel more comfortable leaving it in this manner, I think the Secretariat and also the drafting committee can deal with it and be able to parse through. So this is the very first comment we have on this document, and it's actually a very lengthy, very meaty comment. So let's hope that you're able to use this comment platform tomorrow and also on day 3 and be able to leave exactly what you think is the key items that you hear the policy items that you think need to be in this document and help us shape this document. Because really, the synthesis document is encapsulating your voice, the voice from Asia Pacific. And what we do with the document later is we actually bring it to the global IGF and we disseminate it there. We disseminate it through the entire internet governance community, and you can take this document as well and bring it back to your institutions, your economies, your cities, your countries, and use it in a way that can show, hey, this is what we were talking about. These are the key items, top of mind items that were discussed at APrIGF. Can we actually show the presentation again? Thank you very much. And while we'll change back to the presentation, I think this is when we actually go through the thematic tracks. And the very first track is security and trust. I'm going to pass the floor over to Yi-Tung, who is with us online. And he will describe and explain to you what this track is. Yi-Tung, please go ahead.
The security and trust track. Thank you all for joining. Today we'll be exploring some of the critical areas under the security and trust umbrella. Things like cybersecurity risks, data privacy concerns, information integrity, online safety, online child protection, and trust in innovation. These are very complex issues, and our goal is to discuss how collaborative, time-tested approaches can help us address these challenges while keeping the internet secure, trustworthy, and interoperable. Moving on to the next slide, let me quickly recap some of the sessions we had earlier today. This morning, there was a roundtable on creating a fact-checking coalition in the Asia-Pacific region, focusing on tackling misinformation. We also had a discussion on platform accountability in South and Southeast Asia, which looked at regional approaches to enhancing social media safety. Just right before this session, there was also a workshop related to security and trust on strategies for preventing online scams and identity theft, with a focus on collaboration among stakeholders in our region. These discussions have set the stage for what we'll be talking about in the security and trust track. Since we have both on-site and virtual participants, we'll alternate between the two groups. We'll start by taking 3 comments from those here in the room, then shift to 3 comments from our virtual participants, and continue in that pattern. Let us dive straight into the security and trust sub-track. The screen now shows some guiding questions related to today's discussion. I'll open the floor and feel free to share any key takeaways or insights you've gathered from the sessions using the mics around the room. Remember to please state your name and your affiliation, if any, before stating your thoughts. May we have questions from the floor?
We have right now set up 1 standing mic and we have roaming mics as well. Any burning questions? I see a hand raised. There's also the mic line. Please feel free to line up behind the mic as well. I think Mabda has the mic. Please go ahead, Mabda.
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Yi-Tung, for introducing the session. My name is Mabda, everyone. I'm going to speak on the behalf of myself as an end user, I guess. I suppose I'm going to talk about the first session, which is on charting the path towards fact-checking coalition in Asia Pacific. I would just like to highlight one last point from the discussion, which sadly we didn't get to explore more about, which was on the ways that recent developments in geopolitics especially affect misinformation and disinformation campaigns. And I think it is timely that we're here in Taiwan, which I believe is one of the most affected countries with regards to misinformation and disinformation, especially from a certain state actor. So I suppose this is an issue that we should discuss more, bearing in mind that we are having lots of elections this year, especially in Asia Pacific. We've had election back home in Indonesia, and we're going to have another one later this year. And I believe there has been one in India as well. And the riots that is happening, that has happened in the UK, for example, it reminds us of the importance of misinformation and disinformation. So my main point here is that I think we should elaborate more on the interlinkage between influences from beyond the border. So the way that politics at the level of geopolitics impact efforts to build fact-checking coalitions, especially within the context of Asia Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabda. I think it's very important, especially with about how geopolitics advancements have been going on. Moving on, do you have any other comments from on-site?
I think we have a queue at the standing mic.
Yeah. Hello, this is Mira for the record. I'm from Indonesia. So from maybe this is the opinion that hasn't been delivered in the session before, but yeah, I think measures and accountability is not sufficient enough to ensure a fair use of platform of social media, because outside of the accountability, the concept of accountability, when it comes to another concept of liability, I think it is important to notice that in the contextual basis of our today's multilateral legal enforcement, there is liability. I mean, so as the platform run their accountability where they have the system and framework to adopt instrument to escalate complaints, it doesn't necessarily align with the liability that enforced by the state or the police. So an example, when this related to political stances that adopted by the platforms, and we are not sure where the why or how the platform adopt these political stances. But then when it does, it oftentimes contradict the liabilities with certain countries, and this will make the safeguarding or the liabilities context or accountability context will be more complex. I think one of the issue that has been raised in this session is about the shadow banning. And now regarding this liability context, shadow banning with the political stances, I think should be more regulate for the platform. So it won't really make the platform as a tool for political conflicts. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Me? Thank you. I'm Fawad Bajwa. Starting from this morning session after the opening, I've had this feeling that, we've been slightly touching the topic of artificial intelligence, but not dwelling deeply into the implications that we've already started facing. And this leads us to think that, there should be a concentration, or there should be parallel track. There should be a parallel track which looks at, these issues from both the developed and developing perspective. Because in countries like ours, where we are already having, challenges with regards to the sustainability of the internet and resilience, for us to look at this really important tool or application that we're adopting at a mass scale and at a rapid scale needs more attention. So as part of the digital divide, we already have, challenges towards sustainability and resilience of the internet in our regions. And in parallel, And in parallel to that, the artificial intelligence poses us almost with a similar question, that if internet is affected, is our utilization of artificial intelligence to development issues gets also affected? And if AI to some certain extent is being or is supplementing governance, then how does that reshape internet governance in the near future? And as we move on towards, I was participating in a session on information deception or digital deception. And even I realized that for a fact, we aren't really looking into the deeper issues when it comes to trust and privacy. And we're not dwelling into really the verticals where these are affecting. I was contributing to the medical records one, and I realized that, how much backward in our region are we in terms of data privacy. So I believe that today's opening session and the sessions later on do force us to rethink, how we're programming and how we are addressing the issues, and how deeper should we dwell into these, and what the future, the near future, beholds for us. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Mamintuan, and I am from the Philippines. I would like to touch up on the fact-checking coalition portion, but also just in general towards the overarching theme of APrIGF 2024. So I would like to talk about misinformation and disinformation. Of course, this is one of the biggest topics along with artificial intelligence. And I believe that the growth of this is inevitable through deepfakes and other AI technologies that may be harmful and also helpful. And it will grow just as much as security and ways we can combat these. So what we should take note of is that the progress is not linear, and there's always a scale as to what should we prioritize when it comes to how to handle this and that. And also, I guess one suggestion that I may be able to propose is data triangulation and convincing social media platforms to integrate online media etiquette. For example, maybe when you sign up for a new account, you can be able to learn how to discern what information is real or not. Because from my previous line of work, which was learning and development, there was a lot of instances where a lot of the participants that I have taught over the past year is really focusing on just having what they have. With social media access and being in a third world country, they don't have internet, and the only free thing they have is Facebook. But usually with Facebook, there's a version of Facebook with free data, and the instance of that, the problem with that is when people post articles, clickbait articles and pictures of those articles, there are a lot of people that can't press those pictures and see the actual details. So there are a lot of people that fall victim to these disinformation. Sometimes it might be misinformation, but it might lead to something more. And I believe that with all these fact-checking agencies, it is really great that we have multiple ones, not just the main fact-checking agencies, but we should also learn to practice spreading a multiplicative effect and a bottom-up approach where if we teach these people how to practice social media etiquette and safety, then we'll pass it to the next person and the next person, and it will go up from there. Yeah, thank you.
Yi-Tung, I think we have 2 online questions. If we can go to the moderator to read them out. Happy for you to read.
Happy to read out the 2 questions from online. First one from Kum, I believe. Myself, Kum would like to ask internet fragmentation in Asia Pacific. Mainly is concerned about internet fragmentation. The second comment or question is from Kushi. He mentions, "Hi Kushi from DAV College Amritsar. My concerns about social networking sites, how they manage to protect digital identification." Thank you.
Back to you, Yi-Tung.
So do you have any comments or things to add on to answer their questions about Asia internet fragmentation? Because I think Asia Pacific specifically is very diverse, and we have a large diversity of languages and scripts. So I think especially in the security and track topic, it's very interesting. So is there anyone who wants to share their views on this?
Well, Yi-Tung, this is Jen again. I think that while people are actually thinking about it a little more, and if you're maybe shy to take the mic, you can always go to comment.aprigf.asia and go to the specific sessions and put in your comment, or maybe you're thinking about it a little more. In the meantime, I think we can move over to the second thematic track, and we'll have Shanvolik take us through this one.
So now we're going to discuss a little bit towards the resilient tracks. In terms of understanding under this particular track, resilient internet is critical for ensuring communications, infrastructure, services, and data exchange remain reliable even though there's face of various challenges. A multi-stakeholder group is required to mitigate disruptions to the internet. They need to work together closely when developing policies that impact the interoperable of the internet. So here are a few questions when you go throughout the sessions to think about and to questions what you should think. So the first one is like, in the face of growing cyber threats and disruptions, what measure can be taken to improve availability, accessibility, sustainability, and strengthen the resilience of the digital infrastructure in the APAC region? Second, how can stakeholders collaborate and ensure that local communities and businesses have the autonomy and influence to shape their digital future in alignment with their social, economic priorities and values? So these are some under the resilient tracks as an overall, but for the review for today, we're going to go, for today we have 2 sessions, particularly under the resilient tracks. So the first one was in the morning under the topic regulatory resilience in the age of internet fragmentation, and the digital leaps, which was in the afternoon, digital leaps enhancing connectivities in South Asia. So in these 2 particular topics of the resilience, there are posing questions toward our towards the sessions as well. So what are the trade-offs between enhancing national security through regulatory framework and risk of internet fragmentations? How do we address the risk of building isolated online communities? And under the digital leap topics, more than half of the world population who remains offline are located in South Asia, pointing to the importance of the efforts in bringing the digital gaps. How should public-private partnership and regional cooperation initiates assist in accelerating efforts to bridge the digital gap in the region? I think now we can open up the floor to comments, particularly for the resilient tracks.
A few things to add. Jenna Fong from Asia Pacific Youth Internet Governance Forum. I think in terms of, I was trying to put on some notes, but I see no one's lining up, so I'll come here. I think because now we basically have a whole economy be on top of the internet, and many people are still all offline. I think policymakers of any countries in our region should double down on modernize the laws and regulations beyond those digital specific ones, because sometimes it might be about competition law reform. It's beyond that, because I think the internet enables people's economical activity, which I think it's essential. So this is like one aspect we should focus on. Earlier this morning, we also talked about internet fragmentation a little bit. And one of the aspects we talked about includes content levels of fragmentation as well as infrastructure level of fragmentation. And at content level, somehow I personally think that it's because in the past decade, the cyberspace has been centralized by big tech, and we must have more comprehensive modernization of different laws and regulations to democratize the internet a little bit more, so that people can reclaim the control over their own data, which essentially change the asymmetric relationship they have with these big tech, because now apparently individual data has been harvested. And they profit from it, and we have no control. They use our data in aggregate to do the product, and we are heading to a reality that many of the products out there cannot really function without our data. So perhaps it's time to have some policies that could change that relationship. For sure,
We want all stakeholders, including private sectors, to act ethically. But perhaps we should also be more open into coming with policy that incentivize them if they actually prioritize their profits so much. I guess maybe we should be more open to acknowledge that they do prioritize that. And lastly, I think in our region we don't talk enough about our rights to repair, which is an area that's been monopolized quite extensively. We can't really repair our iPhone somewhere else, right? And that undermines small businesses. That's like essentially a different business model comparing to I don't know how many years ago. So yeah, that's it for me. Thank you. Thank you, Jenna, for your very insightful comments. I actually attended the first session as well, and yes, of course, I understand where you're coming from. So next we can go to another comment. Maybe we can go that side first.
All right. Hi, I'm Jess from the Philippines, and well, my comment is related to internet fragmentation and upholding resilience of the internet, but it's also, I think, a broader comment on the APrIGF process, because I think that while it's good that we are talking about these important issues in a multi-stakeholder conference like APrIGF, at the same time, we also have to acknowledge that there are other internet governance discussions happening in more closed spaces, like, for example, multilateral forums like the ITU, and this year also there's a new cybercrime treaty, for example, that's being finalized in the UN, and these kinds of discussions are not really accessible to a lot of people who are attending the APrIGF, and so we can't even be sure if the discussions that are happening here and the discussions that are happening in those spaces are kind of aligned or are the same. If, for example, if we even have the same understanding of what internet fragmentation is and what are the harms and the violations that are happening online. So I think it should be just a point for everyone to consider how we can align, I think, those different kinds of discussions that are happening in other spaces, and maybe also how, because we have been talking about, you know, policy making and regulation, regulatory frameworks, but my personal observation is that there hasn't been a lot of people from policymakers, from governments who are participating in these discussions. There's, I think most of those who have been active in discussions are still from civil society and the private sector. So maybe it should also be a point of consideration for future IGFs to think about how we can bring those people into these spaces, because these are the people who have, you know, the decision-making powers and the ability to make decisions and changes that will affect the future of the internet. So maybe just a point to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess, for your comment. So I would like to continue the comment process. So Lokendra, you can start.
Hello everyone, I'm Lokendra. So first of all, congratulations to the drafting committee for coming up with such a brilliant draft 0. Simon and Luke, thank you so much for working hard on that. And Jen, thank you for being a rock solid support over the years. And all the pen holders, excellent work. So first of all, congratulations. It's a very well written draft 0. And so some good start we have had. And please everyone feel free to comment each and everything that we are saying here or we are putting online. Everything the drafting committee will go one by one meticulously. Every year it does that. So your voice will be included in the document. So please feel free to lodge in your comment as well. So now I have 2 points to make on the second session. The 2 key takeaways for me. The first one was what I learned new about Maldives and how they tackled the digital connectivity issue. So they first started with geo satellite gateways, then they had point-to-point microwave link, and then they eventually had 2 submarine cable systems. So this was very interesting to learn how a country which is very sparsely populated across many islands spread across the Indian Ocean, how they were able to tackle this challenge very well as compared to maybe other South Asian countries. So that was a good example. And second key takeaway for me was a very brief discussion we had on universal service funds, which is something that the governments collect from telecom operators, which run into millions, maybe billions of dollars. I'm not sure of the exact quantum, but something that is supposed to be used to enhance connectivity to sparsely populated areas. But I learned today that there are challenges in operationalizing the USF. So maybe one feedback would be we should have more discussion on this going forward. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Oh, sorry, you go first.
No, I'm just welcoming you, so it's okay.
Oh. Thank you. My name is Claire Van Zwieten. I'm from the Netherlands, and I work with the Internet Society Foundation, but I will be speaking on my own behalf today. When we talk about resilience and digital resilience, I think it would be remiss if we did not discuss the intersectionality between climate resilience and internet resilience. In Asia and around the world, a lot of our internet services are reliant on physical infrastructure. And when we have a climate disaster, which are becoming more frequent and more extreme, it's important that we come up with ways to make our internet much more reliable. The internet is a very important part of disaster resilience and bouncing back faster. So. And it also will just completely expand the digital divide. So I think when we talk about resilience, we need to also talk about digital, physical infrastructure and how we can make sure that that stays as safe as possible as climate disasters become more frequent. Thank you.
Thank you. So this also goes to tomorrow's sessions that we will bring up about on the topic of resilience toward the physical infrastructure, and maybe it will answer some of the questions that was stated, and furthermore understand a little bit more on the resilience sides of the our track. So next is we have also another commenter.
Yeah. My name is Sameer Gehlot. I'm currently active at the regional level as a co-chair for the Youth IGF, Asia Pacific IGF, as well as I'm part of India IGF and the Youth IGF India. So based on my experience and understanding so far, in the resilience part, we can also consider, since APAC region is very, very special and it has various dialects, various languages, which makes it very unique, and the cultural differences which are there which changes after every 1 kilometer. So considering that part, I think UA is one such special area, and how we can, as per the recent estimates by the ITU, we currently have, I think, 2 billion people which are still unconnected. And I believe these unconnected people will be coming from the far-fetched areas which may not have the access to the internet due to the differences in the languages, and websites being not available in the local languages or their own native languages. So that is one thing which we can consider going forward. And moreover, on that part, we can also look after the satellite internet, because if we don't have the internet, then the connectivity part or providing the website in the regional language won't come, or that is the primary step, and these are the secondary steps. So that should also be the consideration and should be the focus area, because it may not be possible to take the fiber internet to the locations which are not accessible or which are different in their terrains. So providing accessible internet through any other ways should also be the focus area, and then we may proceed on other areas which are making it difficult for the next 2 million to stay connected on the internet. Thank you.
I feel like there are 2 more people coming. Thank you, Samir, for your questions. I think we can go back to you on that side first, and then we come back to you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Simon from Bangladesh. When we are talking about the resilience, I think there are challenges which are like technical and non-technical challenges. And in the technical challenges, some challenges are cyberspace-centric. Some challenges are digital technology-centric, but not necessarily that those digital devices should be connected to the cyberspace. Why I am saying this to you, because when we were going through the fellowship sessions, we were under complete internet shutdown for a week. So literally, the whole country had no internet connection. And after the 1 week, when we got connected, so I was really struggling to cope up with those issues. Similarly happened with anything. It could be business, it could be education, it could be very much security and resilience of the cyberspace as well. So when these things happens, which are actually non-internet challenges, it is also part of the resilience tactics, strategies, how to deal with those, because those also affect the connectivity, inclusivity, governance of the internet space. So I think in the position synthesis paper, those needs to be accommodated, because alarmingly we see the rise of populist governments and authoritarian governments around the world. And when we are talking about multi-stakeholderism, at the same time, we should talk about the accountability and transparency of the stakeholders. But at the same time, what contingency plans we have as a part of resilience if any stakeholder goes rough and tough. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Jen, do we have enough more time? Okay. So we would like to have another comment.
My name is Namgazangpo from Bhutan, a very small country. So I work as a network engineer in one of the telecom providers in Bhutan. So if you are wondering that whether your voice is matter in this synthesis document, I will give one example. Last year I couldn't, I was fellow APrIGF fellow last year too, but then I couldn't attend due to visa issue. So I have raised the issue that when you choose a venue, so you should choose a visa-friendly country. And I hope that this year you may not have experienced visa issue. So it was very smooth. So this is one example that I'm stating that your voice matters in this discussion. I will talk about little bit about enhancing like digital gap connectivity in South Asia. So our country is like very small, and the issue is that like the perception that big tech companies disregard like small companies due to their lower revenue generation, because like when we say connectivity, when we give internet, we need to have a resilient infrastructure. So there are like many big and giant companies who provide or connect the world through internet. So what happened is that like we have a small population and they don't generate much revenue from doing business in a small country where there is like underdeveloped countries, let's say. So they try to neglect the people or the country which are like, which they feel that they will not generate enough revenue. So what I feel is that we need to talk with them, and like they also need to engage in such type of forum where they realize that it is important, and they should also provide support to those country or to those people, not only like focusing in the revenue generation. So this is my thought. Thank you.
So there is one comment in Zoom and also one hand in Zoom. So before we come to the in-person line, I'd like to read out the comment from the Zoom room. This is from Philomoni Pelenato. The comment is, this discussion is timely, especially for the Pacific, from where I come from. The idea of forming a regional coalition for fact-checking is promising, but it's essential that it reflects our unique challenges and diverse contexts. Collaboration across the Asia-Pacific is crucial, but we need to ensure that the principles like transparency and accountability are adaptable to our local realities. It's also important that smaller Pacific nations aren't overlooked in these efforts. While a coalition could be a powerful tool, we should be realistic about its limitations and complement it with grassroots initiatives already happening in our communities. We also have one hand up in the Zoom room, and this is from Gauranshi, India. Please go ahead and take the mic. Are we able to unmute?
My question is regarding
Please go ahead.
how to engage multi-shareholders in similar digital platforms to have more meaningful participation and to achieve sustainable development goal by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Garanshi. I think we'll go to the comment and then we'll probably respond a little bit later. Please, Fawad.
Thank you. Fawad Bajwa from Pakistan. My organization works on helping rural and vulnerable communities connect to the internet. And if there wasn't the support of iStar organizations to digital data, we wouldn't have been successful in laying down the first community network that focuses on agriculture in Pakistan. So now this is very critical in terms of the cooperation and the partnerships that can help us take the internet to the most vulnerable. And with the Digital Leap session, this stood out that despite having all the amazing infrastructure in our countries, we are still unable to reach to those who need it the most. So this aspect of cooperation should be dwelled into further. We should sit together with the iStar organizations, with, we could be looking at APrIGF Foundation support for capacity building and technical support, and the ICEF fund to further enhance these networks. And a concentrated effort, a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder partnership needs to take these efforts on the ground further, because without these, we would not be able to reach these people. But at the same time, another critical issue came up, which I believe is very important, that the vulnerable are not present in these forums. And at the same time, we need to increase the participation of governments within the APrIGF, because there are still so much funds within the universal service funds across various countries which need to be taken out of the kitty and put to use. And maybe platforms like this, the APrIGF and the regional and the country level IGFs can together work with the support of the experience and the funding experiences of the iStar organizations to bring the internet to the most vulnerable while also represent their voice. But look, I might be able to act as an intermediary for information from these communities, but without having those communities present at forums like these, we are not listening to the real problems being faced on the ground. Thank you.
I guess a quick response to a very interesting and very important intervention. We work very, very closely with all of the Asia-Pacific iStar organizations. In fact, APrIGF and APrIGF Foundation are very big sponsors of APrIGF, and other iStar organizations like ICANN and also ISOC Foundation, also IGFSA do the same. And we hope this will encourage more, not even just technical community, but the community in general, all the stakeholders, to invest more in this very important platform. Not just APrIGF, but also the different national initiatives, sub-regional initiatives, youth initiatives in this region. So this is a really timely call. Thank you.
And just to add to it, the case study of digital data and its community network is available on the Internet Society website. You can always download and see the collaborative effort that has been done. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. So I think we can, after these two comments, I think we can move to another track. Yeah, you can go first.
Hi, my name's Donna, and I've been quite active in speaking. So hi, guys. I'm from HKYIGF, and speaking of resilience, I just like to redefine what resilience is. So first of all, a resilient digital economy at this day and age is a type of economy that's able to bounce back when there's a sudden attack. So let's say there's a disaster. There's a spyware that's hacking everything, you know. How is that able to minimize the effect on the economy while still allowing everyone who is engaged in this kind of, in the internet maybe, or anything that's digital to not let it affect their daily lives? So I'm pretty sure everyone has kind of heard of the blue outage in Microsoft that happened in July. So it was because of an update by CrowdStrike. So there were many things that happened. You know, many flights were canceled. I think it also affected some systems in hospitals, and even big banks like JP Morgan and several banks around the world couldn't really get, you know, their employees to do their job because this kind of thing happened. So now it really prompts us to think about resilience, you know, in this day and age. I think it's might also tie back to the idea that because a lot of the systems that kind of built our digital economy, our heavily digitalized world, is quite centralized. So CrowdStrike was basically handling a lot of Microsoft's operations. And Microsoft basically handles a lot of the companies and a lot of the things that we have in our world today. It really helps us think. So does centralization really aid in digital resilience? Or are we supposed to kind of think back on this, and it's better to have more fragmented, decentralized organizations handling different parts of our digitalized world in order for, you know, incidents like this, global outages, to happen less frequently? So yeah, just some food for thought for everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So we'll move forward with another comments as well.
Korangi nui ki runga ko papatua nuku ki raro. Karanga mai ra te moana nui a ki wae. Kia ora tātou. I'm from Aotearoa, and I'm also from Internet New Zealand. And I just pay homage to Rangi Nui, our Sky Father, Papa Tuanuku, and also our whakapapa and our ancestral ties to Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, which is the Pacific. So from Aotearoa, and I've just been sitting, this is my first time, and I want to talk to the overall theme. And that is the importance of stakeholderism, and also how we inclusivity and how we represent the Indigenous voices in this conversation. To both help, I was just reflecting on how there's a lot of discussion on inclusivity, and I couldn't help but reflect and think, where are our Indigenous people and voices? And it's important that if we're having a conversation and thinking about Asia Pacific, then we need to think about all our brothers and sisters of the Asia Pacific. And that's all our Pacific nations, including Aotearoa, and also Māori, which is the iwi and tribal nations where I come from. So we have over 200 tribes in our area, in our country of Aotearoa, and we have several hundred of sub-tribes. And I think it is really important in terms of being able to have our voices in the policy and the development of policy issues and discussions. How might we help to set those standards and ensure the standards reflect what's important to us in our own country and our communities? How might we actually ensure that we can share our knowledge and share the real issues that are impacted by the internet, but also what is important and what does a digital gap look like to our people and our tamariki, our children? And so I think there's a real opportunity for us to think about how we can create a pathway through the APrIGF and how might we also support the voices into these big policy issues and conversations. I want to talk also about an issue, again, this is a little bit hard because it actually spans across a lot of the topics that will be talked about today. And one of them is, I heard also about provenance. And how do we protect data? How do we protect our identity and our cultural knowledge and mātauranga and our language online? These are real issues for us as a people that we would like to be a key part of. We have huge concerns, but we would like to be part of the solutions and how we can help with that. And also the processes of validity, where I think we talked about in the previous slide, is how do we ensure that there's those touch points to know which is truthful information, but also to protect our taonga, which is our ancestral knowledge, and protect against misappropriation. And so no doubt these are issues that are shared quite widely. So we'd like to be a part of the development of our thinking around that. And I think the main thing I wanted to just share is how can we ensure and think about when we come back to this forum that we have a greater representation of Indigenous peoples to help be a part of the defending against multi-stakeholderism, and also really put into and help inform what the real issues are, but also the solutions. Part of the solutions in terms of collaboration is actually working with the leadership in the communities. So we have tribal groups that have are leading and driving aspirations and are part of the answer to how we build resilience, how we build capability, but also connected to the broader regional forum as well as the global conversations. And I'm really interested in whether and how we might actually think about perhaps forming a regional Indigenous coalition to help be a part of this forum and how we take these issues forward. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for sharing a rich part of your culture. I think this is really timely reminder for all of us, because Asia Pacific is full of diverse and very rich knowledge and cultures from all kinds of communities. And I think it's actually very timely because I believe there's also Indigenous population here in Taiwan, and it would be really great to actually hear their voices too. I really want to take up, I guess, on behalf of the Secretariat of the APrIGF to reach out to more Indigenous leaders to see if we can bridge this gap. I know there are a lot of underserved and unrepresented communities. What we really want to do is to be as inclusive as possible, because we really believe very much that the multi-stakeholder model and process is the best when we're able to include all of the voices at the table in an equitable, on equal footing as well. I think we can probably move over to our last but not least track, which is the ethical governance of emerging technologies. And here I'd like to hand over the mic to Sochita, who's online, who will take us through that.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sucheta, and I'm not really excited, but excited to be here remotely from Cambodia, because I wish I were there on site with everyone. And I'm a member of the drafting committee, and I have the privilege of being the pen holder for the last track here, ethical governance of emerging technology. And briefly, a quick introduction to this track. We have seen how technology like AI, blockchain, and IoT have greatly impacted our life. And however, it is crucial to achieve a balance between regulation and innovation. And ethical concern remain around the transparency in technology design, data protection, and how its impact on the human rights, and how it's not really inclusive enough. And in this year, APrIGF, we are focusing on the governance structure and frameworks that needed to ensure that the technological advancements serve the common goals. And this involves prioritizing transparency, fairness, and also inclusivity, that the governance of this technology should adopt a multi-stakeholder approach, and ensuring that all voices, especially those from the marginalized community, are included in the decision-making process. And additionally, we must not overlook the environmental implication of this technology, and we need to find strive for sustainable innovation as well. So we have this guiding question for ethical governance of emerging technology track that how can regulatory framework be adapted to keep pace with the rapid evolution of AI, and while fostering innovation and positive societal impact, and what criteria can be established to responsibly develop applications and services using these emerging technologies. So we have several sessions to capturing insights on this issue, and as of today, day one of APrIGF 2024, we have already held a session. And I would like to pass it over to Luke, who is the co-organizer of that one session.
Hey, thanks, Chika. And seeing as we're now coming towards the end of the town hall session, I'd just like to flash back to the beginning. And I was so happy to see that the first few people who actually spoke up were actually Asia-Pacific youth. And it's something that's really happy to see and also promising to show that, emerging tech, and in other words, the emerging voices in terms of youth voices and their participation in the internet governance community. And that's what we look forward to seeing more of. And just some thoughts that came from that session is that the youth sort of see trust in a different light, in terms of they see trust between generations, in terms of parents and children, and how they foster that trust, so that we can sort of break down existing taboos, so that we can have better conversations regarding trust, to form a generation that is not only informed, but also safe and secure in the digital world where they practically grew up for most of their lives. And just ensuring that there is trust between the youth and ensuring that they can hopefully differentiate between just merely media consumption, because again, we are digital natives, so that they can make the choice to actually have responsible content creation. And with that note, I'd just like to open up to the floor if there are any questions, comments. Yep, I already see we have one.
Simon again. In this session, Securing Trust, Ethical Governance in Championing Children's Digital Rights, one of the speakers raised a very interesting aspect, which I also agree to, that children are being victim of the emerging technologies, and lots of literatures and discussions are circling around like how to safeguard them. But at the same time, children are also committing the crimes. So it should not be taken for granted that they are the victim only. Crimes or I would say mistakes might be happen from that age group as well. So the bottom line, the presenter was tried to make that any age group or any from any background, any profession, they can be victim, they can be perpetrator as well. So while we are thinking of the safeguarding resilience policies of the emerging technologies specific to any group, race, creed, culture, we should think about these both sides as well, or at least the reflection paper should reflect these two possibilities as well. Thank you.
Fawad Bajwa. This issue, it will always remain fresh and critical, irrespective of time. And the test of time for this issue is that how receptive are we to the fact that, for example, my generation opened their eyes into, let's say, the x86 computing era. These children are opening their eyes in an era where the internet is ubiquitous for them. It's not an addition, it's already there. It's like the air, the water, everything that they have. For them to realize that there are ethical boundaries brings us again to the basic question that they are empowered with AI today. So how is that going to shape the future for them? So it requires a critical angle to the fact that they have a more empowered access or access to more empowered applications across the web. And we cannot achieve, a possible balance between the services running on the internet and the internet itself. So we really need to dig deeper into this. There should be, for the future, for the planning committee, program committee, there should be, we should bring in the right set of stakeholders. We should have the education academic perspective on this. We should have the government perspective on this, and we should have the law enforcement perspective on this, because juvenile treatment is different across the countries in Asia. So for some countries where there are not legal procedures in place, they might treat these children less vulnerable and more as culprits. So we really need to begin the discussion around the legal implications this has. It is our responsibility to protect our children. If they don't have access to the right information, they will commit crimes. So this is a more sensitive process. Like within the Internet Governance Forum, we had the COP. So I think there should be a dedicated parallel track for discussing these issues and looking at the contemporary situation right now in light of the AI application. Thank you.
Before we move over to Lakendra, there is one comment online that sort of echoes or is in a similar light, which says that trust and collaboration are key strategies one must have to make a more secure and trustworthy internet. And, yeah, Lakendra.
Yeah, so Fawad, you made a very brilliant point about this being a perennial issue forever to continue. Yeah, so the way this generation is waking up to internet and AI and taking it for granted, maybe 10, 15 years from now, they'll wake up to metaverse, you know, sit, eat, work, play in the metaverse, and it will be very natural to them. And 10, 15 years down the line, we'll be having the same conversation. So I agree with you that this is gonna stay there. Second point, someone previously spoke about CrowdStrike. It's not related to this, but since we are nearing the end, maybe I'll raise a very important point. So the file that crashed that caused the global tech outage was a 40 KB small file. It was just a small update pushed by a reputed cybersecurity firm to enterprise users. And one key takeaway and learning for us from this tech outage is that we need to empower in-house IT teams, which have been disempowered of lately, because we are overly relying on, you know, some very big cybersecurity providers and giving them access to automatically update enterprise systems. So maybe if the IT teams are empowered within all organizations, they can first receive the updates, they can test it in their own particular systems, and then roll it out in a staggered manner to systems in their organization. If this was done, then maybe we wouldn't have lost $5 billion that we did in the tech outage and so on. So yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Elia and I'm a youth ambassador at the ISOC. I really was touched by this matter and I wanted to come here with some proposals that I will submit afterwards, which were inspired by GDPR from Europe that has some provisions about this matter, and from other directives that I've read all over the years. And my first recommendation would be digital literacy programs. I don't know if they already exist because I'm European, but it would work really effectively. And so digital literacy programs that we would adapt them to fit the local context of each country. For example, we could create toolkits that include guidelines for privacy protection and digital rights tailored to different cultural and regulatory environments. One other thing that I thought were cross-border certification programs for digital platforms and services that will meet high standards for children, online safety and data protection. And this certification would provide a clear signal to parents and educators about which services are compliant with robust safety standards. And also, it would be really helpful to establish regional digital rights coalitions like that include government, technology companies, NGOs, and academic institutions. And this coalition would focus on developing and sharing best practices, harmonizing policies, and addressing general cross-border issues. These are really vague thoughts. I want to write them down and propose them in a more organizing way, but these were the first thoughts on this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just before we move on to the next comment, I'd just like to add about digital literacy programs. Usually we overlook programs for parents themselves as well. because usually they're aimed towards just children, but as we found out in this session before this regarding emerging tech, it's that if the parents themselves don't know how children are supposed to explore, then the children are at an even greater risk. And I'll just move on to the next comment.
Hi, I'm Sandhavini from Sri Lanka. So one of the questions I have is, now we can see the trend of parents are making social media accounts for their kids even before they are born. So these kids have no idea on what's going on social media, or at least they do not know that their face is so famous and they have social media accounts. So when it comes to the kids and these children, do they really want to be on those places? Like, do they really want to publish their photos and their day-to-day life? Because even before they grown up, even before they get to know about internet, they are already all over the place. So do they really have the privacy? So are we really protecting their rights? So it's a huge problem I think we have to address. So that's my question.
Right, and seeing that we have no more comments regarding this theme or track, we will now be opening the floor to open mic for all discussions and all topics.
Hi everyone, I am Dr. Preeti Kamra from India. I have an observation regarding all the general sessions which happened today. Yes, we got a lot of insights from all the sessions. Very thoughtful ideas and proposals were put on. But when things went towards the end of each session, which was for the question and answer round, I felt that there was not enough time was given for the question and answer round. So either we divide equally the session between half of the session for the speakers and half should be for the participants to come up with the question and answer round, or a considerable amount of time should be given so that each of the question is addressed properly. That was my observation. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Anjum from Internet New Zealand. I wanted to talk about the multi-stakeholderism issue, and I have been involved in other multi-stakeholder forums like the Christchurch Call. And when we look at the disinformation space and a lot of the online harm space, politically and globally we see this politically, that a lot of parties are exploiting this and they're becoming governments. And I think a previous speaker talked about the rise of authoritarian governments and so on. So when we're thinking about multi-stakeholder forums and the call to have more governments here, what does that mean for us as civil society, and how safe is that for us, and how are we managing that? Because I think, I do agree with the point that it's important to have decision makers in the room and for them to understand our issues, but that comes with, thinking about now the types of government and how we as civil society take action as well to make sure that we have better governments that are able to be in the room. Thank you.
I will talk about one thing. Usually those who are given fellowship, we believe that fellowship are given to those economies which are not able to afford. So what I observe is like APrIGF refund the expenses later, whatever requirements is like completed. At least if the flight is like given before, then I hope that many like diverse backgrounds can participate. Not all will have financially sound to like attend the APrIGF in person. So that's my observation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nancy. I'm from Papua New Guinea in the Pacific. So my question is, how can APrIGF ensure that emerging technologies are ethically governed to protect and champion children's digital rights, particularly in the remote and undeserved communities? What strategies can be employed to build trust among parents, educators, and children themselves, ensuring that digital platforms are safe, inclusive, and respectful of children's privacy and cultural values?
Thank you. I see there is a comment from online, and I'll read it out before we have some responses actually on some of the interesting comments we heard on the open mic. This is a comment from Philemoni Pelenato. The comment is, I'd like to comment on adjusting the digital divide for track 2. A good example, particularly in Samoa, we have seen firsthand the transformative potential of technology like Starlink in improving connectivity for rural areas within our country, and believe this is the same for other SIDS, so small island developing states. However, regulatory blocks and infrastructural limitations have impeded such advancements. In Samoa, and more broadly in the Pacific, there are specific challenges related to regulatory frameworks that impact the deployment and utilization of technologies like satellite internet. These include stringent regulations that may not yet fully accommodate new technologies. Overly restrictive or inconsistent regulations can inadvertently promote fragmentation, particularly in rural areas that need connectivity the most. This can exacerbate the digital divide and limit the effectiveness of efforts to provide universal access. I see the queue is now empty on open mic. Just a small response to several of the comments regarding the structural suggestions for improvement, particularly with the program and also for the fellowship. A reminder that really we are open for all of you to join us in the multi-stakeholder steering group, and these committees are actually made up of all these volunteers from our community. So really good suggestion about helping the programming, making sure there's more space for dialogue and question and answer is one really good suggestion. And the other suggestion on the fellowship items, that's also very interesting and would be taking back for feedback for fellowship committee this year as well. I think it's always important to remember, I think there's several different criteria within the fellowship committee, and we invite you, of course, to join us at the MSG and to help us improve all of these different things that we try to improve incrementally every single year to make sure that APrIGF is the most open, inclusive, and safe space for the Asia Pacific community to be able to talk about sometimes very contentious and sometimes very sensitive subjects, but everybody still feels safe to be able to surface the issues in a way that matters to them the most. I also want to respond a little bit to the call about, having decision makers in the room to actually listen, actually contribute too. I think that's very, very important, not only in APrIGF, but at all the different IGF spaces around the world. I think we want the most to be able to really impact and affect change in our local communities and of course now regionally as well. So thank you so much for your input and for your comments on the open mic. I think we have 1 minute left. I'd like us to end on time. Please do remember to go to comment.aprigf.asia to put in your really good comments that you made on the mic and also probably thought about throughout the entire day. There's a little bit of a technical snafu, but rest be assured, even if you go and see that little bit of an error sign, it's still captured under the comments under the whole page. Secretariat and the drafting committee will make sure that we capture every single input that we receive from our participants, our community, both in person here in Taipei and online. And with that, I think we can close our town hall session number 1. Please have a really enjoyable night in Taipei. Please remember to come back tomorrow and have a really fulsome discussion on day 2 of APrIGF.
Thanks everyone. The sessions are concluding successfully. We would like to express our special thanks to all the on-site and online participants and the distinguished speakers for joining us today. There is an important reminder that the last shuttle bus will depart at 6:20. To the reception dinner. Please proceed to the first floor and follow the staff's instructions to board on the shuttle. Thanks. And also, if you have any thoughts, please scan the QR code, which is presented on the screen for the APrIGF synthesis document to make your voice heard. Thank you, everyone.